History of MACV-SOG tells the stories of those who have fought valiantly to protect the liberty we hold most dear. History of MACV-SOG has preserved and honored the legendary feats of our Studies and Observations Group soldiers. History of MACV-SOG provides military history to soldiers and veterans, their families, and to the public at large. Our mission is to educate, inspire and engage our communities now and for generations to come. Please subscribe, like and share. Donate. PayPal christensen@ol.com. Venmo @MACVSOG. Military Assistance Command Vietnam Studies and Observations Group, MACV-SOG, was a highly classified, multi-service United States Special Operations Unit which conducted covert unconventional warfare operations before and during the Vietnam War. Established on 24 January 1964, it conducted strategic reconnaissance missions in the Republic of Vietnam, South Vietnam, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, North Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia, took enemy prisoners, rescued downed pilots, conducted rescue operations to retrieve prisoners of war throughout Southeast Asia, and conducted clandestine agent team activities and psychological operations. The unit participated in most of the significant campaigns of the Vietnam War, including the Gulf of Tonkin incident which precipitated increased American involvement, Operation Steel Tiger, Operation Tiger Hound, the Tet Offensive, Operation Commando Hunt, the Cambodian Campaign, Operation Lam Son 719, and the Easter Offensive. The unit was downsized and renamed Strategic Technical Directorate Assistance Team 158 on 1 May 1972 to support the transfer of its work to the Strategic Technical Directorate of the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, part of the Vietnamization effort.
So this is an interview with MACV-SOG operator Dale Hanson. Dale Hanson has written an incredible book, Born Twice. If you want an account of what happened on the ground across the fence with personnel from MACV-SOG, you need to pick up this book. This book is hardback. It's on audio. And what other devices is it on?
It's on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Kindle, and whatever Barnes & Noble has for their audio that you can download onto your iPad.
So it's strictly in hardback, or can you use softback too?
Not softback, hardback, Kindle, and then audiobook.
So on the Kindle audiobook, Dale is a narrator, does a fantastic story at narrating his book, and it puts you right there on the ground and across the fence. So thank you, Dale, for allowing us to do this interview. We have a series of questions, so I'd like to start with the first one. Growing up, did you have any people who were in the military that influenced your life?
Actually, if you were to get right down to it, it would be the whole generation of people before me. It seems like World War II era, because I was born in 1947, war baby. It was like that whole generation that came out of that war and the war before, is that Americans went and they did their duty. And if they were needed, they enlisted or they were drafted, but no one ever shirked their duty. And if you were able-bodied, you better come up with a good excuse why you didn't go to war. And my dad there were 7 brothers, and 4 of them were World War II age, and all 4 of them went to war. And then in Korea, 2 of them went to war, and the other one would have been in Vietnam other than medical problems. And my dad was they all were wounded just in some fashion. But my dad was a unique person. He didn't talk that much about the war, but he was there to answer questions when I asked him. And I had, for some reason, the idea of patriotism and so forth filtered through from Christianity, from just the Judeo-Christian ethic that we lived in. And all the people I knew at that era were veterans. And my dad, I think I might have mentioned it at some other venue, but my dad joined just before Pearl Harbor. I think he could sense that the war was coming on, and tried to enlist, and they found out that he was colorblind for blue and green. And somehow he persevered, and he was able to enlist, and discovered that his extreme ability at marksmanship and the ability of not seeing blue and green helped him see through camouflage, because painting something green didn't help because he saw lines and shapes and so forth. So he did the entire World War II in the Pacific, and his Army regiment was attached to the Marines for four, at least, of the major battles. He was at Iwo Jima, Guadalcanal, Tinian, and there was a fourth one, I think it was Kwajalein. And he fought bravely, and they had the front lines, and then ahead of that they had the outpost, and ahead of that they had second scouts, and way ahead of that was first scout, which could be a couple miles ahead of the lines. And he was a first scout, and a crack shot, being able to find the enemy and so forth. He was virtually a special forces guy before we existed, at least in the sense of what we are today. And he would answer my questions about the war and so forth. It would be honest, and he never had bravado about anything he did. So when our war was going on, I was very, very compelled to do my duty as well.
Did your dad talk about the war to you?
Yeah, he would talk about various things that happened. I remember him talking about him being a seasoned veteran along with some of his people, and a brand new second lieutenant came on the scene who had never spent a day in combat, and he ordered the people across an open field. And my dad was telling him, "You can't do that. You'll be ambushed in the open field." And he said, "No. I'm the one in charge." And so he ordered him across the field, and of course, horrendous casualties. And he said that the guy next to him dove headfirst into a hole, which apparently was an abandoned foxhole, and his hands went right through a corpse. And he was talking about the horrors of war, stupidity of certain orders that were given and so forth. But it was never an idea that they were not there to win. It was there for the duration to end the enemy and go back home when peace was established. So I would ask him, well, how do you march and how do you do present arms and stuff? And he would show me things like that, and about fighting. I used to be pretty much an exercise fanatic, in the sense of working hard and physical fitness and running when they thought running would hurt your lungs, and he would correct things because people would do exercises to get beautiful bodies, broad shoulders and all that kind of a thing. And he was saying, it's not practical. You can't do anything with that exercise. And he would show me a correct way to do it, and it made perfect sense. And even in exercise philosophy, it's the one you can't do that helps you. And so that's how I worked out in my life until I couldn't do another set. That's when that set ended. Yeah.
So were your parents married before the war or after?
Right after, probably within 2 years. Yeah, because the war ended, 44, 45, and I was born in 47.
Okay.
So.
As a child, did you have a desire to join the military?
Hadn't thought of it quite that way, although I do remember a time when I was in the late teens, I told my father I was going to join the French Foreign Legion. And I don't know why. Is there some mystique about it? And I thought, well, there are battles and all that, and I was going to join. But my dad told me it was for life, and it turns out it was for 10 years. But the impression I had and that he had was that you could do it, you could join, but you had to stay there the rest of your life. And I wasn't prepared to make a lifetime commitment, so I said, well, I'm not going to do the Foreign Legion, So after that, it was simply not in the cards, so to speak. I would pursue other things.
Could you tell us how you got into the military?
Say it again.
How did you get into the military?
I was in my last year of college, and as I mentioned, one was duty, and the other thing was the actual spread of communism. How I was totally convinced that it had to be stopped, or the world would be enslaved in some fashion. And I think that demographics of the spread of communism was factual in this sense. I had mentioned in other venues, if you were to, Christianity began with Christ, of course, and the 12 disciples. The 12 disciples, if you count Paul, who replaced Judas, if you start with the 12 disciples and their zeal and the desire to tell people about Christ, when they went through the world, and if you were to total up living and dead, the total number of people from the time of Christ until now, when I joined the military in 1968, they figure 1 billion people heard the basic story about Christ. 1918, there was a big meeting of the communist leaders of the world, such as the Stalin type, Khrushchev type, and all the rest. And they got together, and they definitely were going to do world domination. And from 1918 to 1968, when I enlisted, was 50 years. And you could do a demographics, how much of the world, 2/3 of the world, were under the communist heel, and population-wise, they figured 2 billion, which in this day's world doesn't seem like a high percentage, but back then they figured the world population was someplace between 3 and 4. So they figured 2 billion people were under the thumb of communism in 50 years, whereas in 2,000 years, only half that many had even heard the basic story of Christianity. So when you look at historically, as you look at how communism had slain country after country after country, there was a real strong argument to be made that if left unchecked, it could control the world, especially at the speed in which it was going. So I said, I'm prepared to die as a Christian. The next guy might not be, and I'm going to go do my part, and I'll enlist to win this war. And win it when I win the war, or when we win the war, that's when I'm coming home. But I'm there for the duration, is my thought.
So when did you first hear about Special Forces?
I think Special Forces was fairly secretive, other than the Ballad of the Green Beret, the music, and the book by Robin Moore, The Green Berets. And I think that was my first real interfacing with Special Forces. And I think that was about 65, I think, right about that time frame. So I could have that simmering in my mind for a few years, so I was aware of what it was.
So you went through recruiter. You wanted a guaranteed in writing to try out for Special Forces. Was that common in those days?
I'm not sure how common it was, and I'm not sure to what extent your average recruiter was even aware of Special Forces. But I know they would guarantee somebody a certain thing just to get them to enlist, because the draft was strong. It got to the point that even you could be drafted in the Marine Corps, which is normally volunteer totally, but for a 2-year enlistment. So there was a real shortage of people in the military. They really needed more people. And so I think recruiters were ready to put something on the line. You could argue it later, but I could simply say it was on the line, and I expect you to keep your word.
That you looked the recruiter right in the eyes to see if he was being honest.
Yeah.
Did you think he was being honest?
Whether he was or not, he wrote it down there. And he was an agency of the government, and he was speaking on behalf of the government. So whether he had a twinkle in his eye or not, I had that on my enlistment.
So you went to basic training at Fort Campbell?
Yes.
And how was that?
It was good. Physically, mentally, I was definitely fit for military. Physically, I couldn't have been more strong and so forth. And had my black belt in martial arts, and spoke the languages and so forth. I was physically and emotionally, mentally stable. And I could very easily handle anything they dished out. So it was something I could handle fairly well. I think the only quandary I would have was understanding why they did certain things, but I had the faith that for generations America was perhaps the strongest military, and they knew what they were doing.
What month did you go?
I'm sorry?
What month did you go to basic?
February '68.
So it was pretty cool then. It was,
Yeah.
that was good. From there, you went to Camp Crockett?
Camp Crockett, that's advanced infantry training. Most people don't know it existed. Very, very, very few people had ever heard of it before or since. But it was out of Fort Gordon, Georgia, and it was 10 miles in the woods. It was secret. People in Fort Gordon who were on the base didn't know of its existence. My understanding was is it was paid for out of excess funds. They called little parentheses around excess funds. And so somehow the federal government paid for a battalion of people at a time to be trained. So there'd be 3 companies worth about 600 people trained at a time in the woods in secret. And it was specifically geared for people who were motivated or had the potential for guerrilla warfare, airborne units, or any kind of a special thing like that.
And you said it was a tough school?
Yeah, it was tough. You'd be up at 3 in the morning, and you go to bed at 11 or 12 at night, and you went basically sleep deprived for 8 weeks or 10 weeks, whatever it was. It was trained commando. You never walked for 10 weeks. It was running, and the permanent cadre were virtually sadistic. I mean, they just growled like they hated you. You had 3 minutes to eat a meal, and it was done in a tent outside, and tough in so many senses. There were a lot of people, I think, drugs were prevalent back then, but the experimentation certainly was. And so I think I mentioned in the book that I would go out and at the end of the service day, it was pretty strong. And while other people were recouping, I would go out and I'd do a 5-mile run down the gravel road, and I would practice my martial arts, and then I would go throw my knife in the woods. I would love to throw knives. And I would go out there, and there were all over the place there would be men's socks. And inside the sock would be a can of Kiwi shoot polish with the lid removed. And people would put the Kiwi shoot polish in the sock, and they would put the sock over their face or nose, and then they would get their high. And there were people all over that were getting high, perhaps just to meet the challenges of the day. Pretty powerful place. Definitely sleep deprived and harassed, just total harassment. If you're going to crack, you were going to crack in Camp Crockett.
So from Camp Crockett, you went to jump school?
Jump school. During Camp Crockett was when they tested for Special Forces, the test, to be able to go into it. And there were 600 of us, a battalion, who took the test, and only 3 of us passed it. So the 3 of us went from there to jump school, and then from jump school to Special Forces. Jump school was also unique. It was unique in that it was the largest jump school in American history, because we had a normal upsurge of people from Vietnam, and the governor of Texas decided that his National Guard would all be airborne qualified. So he sent the entire Texas National Guard to our jump school at the same time to go to jump school. So we had, I think it was 1,200 or 1,400 of us in jump school. So it was a huge, huge deal.
Jump school back then was at Fort Campbell?
Campbell, yeah.
Okay.
No, Benning.
Oh, Fort Benning, I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah. Career, how many total jumps did you have in the military?
I think it was 126.
So 126. They gave you senior or master?
Well, in order to get your master jump wings, you also had to go to a jump master school. So I was double the jumps that you needed to make a master, but I didn't go to jump master school because I was overseas the whole active duty. And then while I was in the active reserve, we soon moved to Alaska here. And because of requirement to mobilize quickly in case of a national emergency. They wanted to get the people who were there closest to the A team to go through jump master school first, because there's always a chance I wouldn't be able to come from Alaska to them in the time it took to mobilize. So I was always the last on the list to go to jump master school, so I never got to go.
Okay.
Yeah, long way to say it.
So a senior?
Nothing. You have to get anything beyond a novice,
Okay.
which only requires 5 jumps. Yeah. I think it was 35 for senior and 65 for master.
When did you go to Special Forces selection, and what did you think of it?
Selection being the actual training rather than the test to get into it.
Yes.
Right. I loved it. It was professional beginning to end, from totally beginning to the end. I think the first part, which is what we call phase 1, they have some other word for it now, but phase 1, in a lot of regards, was designed to get you to quit. It was emotionally challenging, mentally stimulating, physically challenging as well. But it wasn't that they weren't giving you the full dose, but you were getting the full dose as well as the emotional, physical challenges. So if anyone was going to drop out and not be qualified to be SF, they would do it in that beginning one. And then the second phase would start teaching you what your job was.
And your MOS is?
Is 11F. There's 5 MOSs. Communications, weapons, light and heavy, engineers, medic, and the other is 11F. Now 11F was reserved for people who were E7, which is 3 up and 2 rockers underneath, and 5 years in Special Forces. That's what you had to qualify to try to get into 11F school. But I think SOG had enough casualties that they opened it up for some of us low-ranking people. I was promoted out of basic and AIT, but still wasn't high enough to get 11F. But one morning, a major stood in front of our group and gave us the challenge about 11F school as an MOS, a military operational specialty. And he said you had to have a minimum 130 IQ, you had to finish the school, and upon finishing this school, you'd be sent immediately, and my recollection was SOG. So other people said that he didn't actually say SOG, he said Special Dangerous Mission or something like that. And the caveat that he gave was that 85% would be dead in 3 months. And so I figured, well, it's not a 3-month tour, it's a year tour. So how much do you have to start with to end up with me at the end of a year? And the answer is about 4,000. The odds are 1 in 4,000 of living a year. But it turned out not to be quite that bad, but the actual demographics were that you had a 100% casualty rate every year. So you just walked into that year and knew that you would be killed or wounded during that time. So anyway, that's getting into the MOS. And then after finishing the MOS, then next is to get overseas.
There was a special person that was teaching your MOS school that you speak about that was in 3 wars. Can you talk about him?
You're talking DeLuca?
No, not DeLuca.
Oh, okay. Novi.
Novi, yes.
Yes, Sergeant Novi. Sergeant Novi, we had excellent instructors, all Green Berets with lots of experience. They would always come before us with iron starched uniforms, absolutely, perfect, professional, militaristic, the whole deal, and intelligent. They would come before us. One day in 11F school, it was Sergeant Novi who came, Sergeant First Class, and he was quite the opposite of the stereotype Special Forces. He came in looking like he and his clothes had just come out of the wash machine, and it wasn't quite dry. No creases in the pants, kind of baggy. Look, his cheeks and so forth were sullen and so forth. And I looked, he had no fingernails because of torture and so forth. And Sergeant Novi addressed our class and basically gave a reality check. We had a reality check in the sense of intelligence and so forth. We knew what to expect. But Novi was the exclamation point that put it all together. Novi basically said that what we had learned in 11F school about intelligence and spies and spy networks and dropouts and secret writing and fingerprinting and all that, plus leading a team and setting up training and all that stuff, which is a pretty big job. Novi says that that's mainly Europe, spy cutouts and so forth. That's mainly Europe, but we're going into the jungles in Southeast Asia. And he says, there's something you need to know, and that's when, if you get captured, you are going to go to Moscow. It's going to be MB on the top of your file. It's going to be MB, and nobody's going to know what MB means, but it means Moscow bound. And you are captured. You may be spending time under the cesspools of a POW camp in the jungle somewhere. But eventually, if they don't get you all the way up there, you're going to be up there, you're going to be tortured. He said Czechoslovakia had a place with 2,000 people who studied the art of torture. And he says the James Bond movies with Smersh and all of that is true. And now they call it, what Putin was in is Death to Spies. And KGB is now, but back then it was Smersh, and Smersh was real. And they had people studying the art of torture, and they had plenty of political prisoners. And it got to the point where with Novi and some of the others, it wasn't a question of can you hold out. It's rather a question of how long can you last until the rest of the team is out and free, or how long can you last until what they drag out of you is no longer relevant and useful. And Novi gave us the real reality check. He was a great man, and of course he wound up in CCC with me later on, and visited with him when he got wounded, and a good man. Came out of the Czechoslovakia, fought the Nazis, and then when the Nazis weren't the major problem, then it was the Russians. Then he fought the Russians, and he fought all communism and Nazism. Finally made it to the United States, and perhaps that was under the Lodge Act, and joined the United States Special Forces, and he was with us, and he was actually old by then. He was perhaps in his early 40s, which is too old to go to the field anymore.
Your Special Forces training, you went through phase 4, they call it Robin Stage now, where you're escaping, evading, basically people that live in North Carolina.
Yeah.
But they some are guerrillas, and some are people that you work with. How was that?
That was good. Ours was in the middle of the winter, and you would think the South was cold, but we had ice and snow everywhere. Jumped out of C-131, I think it was, and actually I almost had a parachute accident right at the beginning of it. I thought the moon was shining on a white field, like a grain field, of a light up under the moon, and I was heading for that field, figuring it was the drop zone, and little did I realize it wasn't a field; it was the top of another chute. And I landed on top of a chute, and mine started to collapse. And I had that 1 second to think, and I ran off the top of his chute. Your feet are sinking in like that in the top of his chute before yours collapses. And I jumped off the end, and I pulled the edge of the chute, and mine opened just about 10 feet above the ground where I was supposed to land, so it was just 10 more feet, and I would have been free falling. Wow. Just pretty amazing. But anyway, and then we had, I think it was a 10-day mission. Like you said, everybody's trying to catch you and so forth. I think in that 10 days, I had one meal and 4 hours sleep. And I was evading, trying to be captured, and I hid in a brush pile for a whole night, and barely evaded and stuff. But during that time, you were essentially simulating being on a team, like in particular an A team, behind enemy lines where you did the communication, planned missions, executed the missions, gathered intelligence, the whole thing. So assimilating a military mission overseas, it was good. Everything that you learned was there, and when you left with a confidence that yeah, I can do this. I can put it all together.
So my friend was telling me when he went to Robin Sage, no food, but they would drive by in a Jeep or something, and they throw out a rabbit or a chicken. And did they throw some meat at you guys?
Yeah, we never had that. I wish we did. What we had is one goat, and we cut the goat's throat and killed the goat, and somehow we had some rice. I don't know where we got. I remember on the jump, and I don't remember if it was phase 1 or 2. I think it was phase 1, but they had this deal: if you smuggled in any food, you were out of the program. You were gone. And I had a couple of these soup packets, and I stuck it in the crotch of my underwear, you know, and parachuted in with that. Well, I didn't realize that when the chute opened, the straps across your crotch tore those open. And finally, I couldn't stand it. I was really hungry, and I went to open those things, and it was paste because they had come open, and you sweat on it for 7 days or whatever, you know. And but that was it. They had one meal, and some of the guys were so tired. They were, well, most of us, we would tie our rifles to ourselves because you could walk off and drop it while you were walking. And I've seen people where they would tie off the chute. I mean, tie off the rifle from a rope or something behind them, and they would be walking, falling asleep, and the rifle would be dragging on the ground behind them and catch between 2 trees, and they would pull up like that, and not knowing what was happening, you know, and they were just zombies, you know, and a lot of them would basically want to quit. You know, there's a couple I helped, and, you know, here, I'll pull you, you know, things like that. In the last day, I think it was, as they said, you got to march on this azimuth, and when you get to a certain place, your next assignment will be given to you. And it turns out it was the last walk of the program. It was a 22-mile walk, and had no idea what it was that we were walking out. But anyway, we walked all afternoon, all night, and coming the next morning, we started to see buildings. And when we came out of the buildings, discovered it was our barracks in Fort Bragg, and that's how the program ended.
After that, you signed a flash, and
Right.
you were part of a team?
5th group, yeah.
5th group. And he said while you were there, you would join the manifest to do jumps, extra jumps. And you talked about Sergeant DeLuca. Can you tell us about him?
DeLuca was our first sergeant. He's what you call wiry, kind of, I don't know what his nationality was. It could be Greek or Italian, but that swarthy look. But a wiry, shorter than me. But he had joie de vivre, you know, joy of living. He's just excited, determined, professional about everything. He was our first sergeant. And I think I mentioned in the book that we were about to parachute at a C-141, and I hadn't jumped one before. And of course, they're huge planes with 4 engines and 2 jets on either side. And DeLuca saw me on the other side of it, and he says, "Dale, you ever jumped one of these before?" And I said, "No." And it's a pretty formidable airplane. I don't know if you've jumped those. But anyway, he said, "Well, be careful now because they got the jet exhaust coming out the back." He says, "If you do the normal jump, you jump out too far, and the jets will burn your chute off." You know, and I don't know to what extent he was teasing, but I said, "You know, thanks a lot." You know, and so I just stuck a toe out to do this little gentle hop, and boy, I was sucked out of that airplane like crazy. You know, but that was DeLuca, and he was a wonderful guy. He had the ability to cuss you out and so forth, and know that he loved you at the same time. He was a first sergeant that was absolutely professional. Someone would follow him to the end of the world, and just a great man. You know, I loved him. And going overseas, I met him a couple of times. Well, we were in Bangkok. There's 2 or 3 of us, and I was at a table. We had a hotel in Bangkok called the Opera Hotel, and they hang out at Special Forces. That's where we went, and it had a swimming pool and fairly small, a couple stories, a nice restaurant and stuff. It's just where we went, and so every time we would go to Bangkok, that's where we went. And it used to be that if we had a really hard mission, it was dangerous, barely get out or something like that, your CO would say, Dale, why don't you go take a trip, go to Bangkok. And there's an extra plane that's going over there for maintenance or something, So it doesn't come off your time as R&R. So I went to Bangkok many times. And I went to Bangkok, and we were at the Opera Hotel in a restaurant, and in walks DeLuca. And DeLuca recognized us, and hey, and we greeted, we're happy, we hugged him, and all that kind of a thing. And catching up on news, And of course, we're all SOG type people, and the Thai Special Forces, and our people assigned to Thailand were there. And anyway, we started talking, and I asked to look at what he had been doing recently while we were in Special Forces there. And he said, he smiled, and he said that, well, prior to his last assignment, he said he was with scuba type gear, rebreathers with no bubbles. But he was in rebreathers putting limpet mines on Russian ships in Hanoi Harbor. If you can imagine that how terrifying that would be. But anyway, bombing Russian ships in the middle of the capital of North Vietnam. And that's what he was doing. But he said, my recent assignment has been in Saigon, in the headquarters where they're keeping track of the MIAs, the POWs and stuff. He was saying that the technology was so great, so good, that we know where all of our American POWs are. We know if they're MB, Moscow bound, or if they're in Czechoslovakia, if they're in South Vietnam, if they're the Kuchi tunnel system, if they're in a bamboo cage in the jungle in Laos. We know where they're at. And he said that he's so frustrated because we're not getting them. We're not trying for them. And DeLuca had smiled just before that. He said, what are you doing now? And DeLuca says, I'm AWOL. He just smiled and he lowered his voice. He says, I'm AWOL. He says, I just went AWOL from my headquarters in Vietnam, and this is why. And he was telling us about the POWs. And he said that I'm going north, and I know where some of them are. He says, I'm going to go get those POWs myself. So the government won't do it. And he had his gold chain and stuff like that. And it wasn't flamboyant, but he had his wealth in chains and so forth. So anyway, we had dinner together and all that. And then it was time to say goodbye. And so we kind of hugged and wished him well and all that. And he left the place to go northern Thailand into Laos to get these POWs. And we must have been in Bangkok more than a couple days, because my recollection was it was the same day, but the story came, and I talked to John Plaster about it too. The story came that he was murdered and left in a ditch and shot 20-some times. And the initial story that we heard was that the CIA murdered DeLuca and left him in a ditch. And that was the initial story. And it's a lot of times the first story is the truthful one. And it's what most of us thought. The CIA didn't want POWs back. And if you trace the history of the United States, I do not know why, but we leave our POWs too often, and we did it there. And the story got sanitized, and later on, the story was that bandits got him. He hired them up to help take him into Laos where he wanted to go, and the bandits killed him and took his gold. The last story I heard was recently. It was that the Royal Thai police killed him. But you know, and I'd be inclined almost, because I've gotten so cynical over the years and distrustful of the government to get our people out, that I'm inclined to believe the first story, that the CIA killed him, as hard as that is to believe. But it's probably more acceptable and polished to believe that the Thai police got him, or the Lao police got him, or bandits. You know, could be any of them. But anyway, they recovered his body, and it was brought in someplace, Saigon or Bangkok or someplace, to be cleaned up and sent home. And very, very courageous man, fought in Korea and Vietnam as well. Fearless.
He's a married man with either 3 or 4 kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sad.
And when it came time for us to get our orders to go to SOG, you know, which we had signed up for, we never got anything for a week. I said, how long do we wait here and hide from people who want to put us on duty somewhere? And I was talking to DeLuca, and it must have been we were eating somewhere, because he says, well, call Mrs. A, and he put her number on an envelope, napkin. And he says, just call Mrs. A in the Pentagon. She'll get you squared away. And Special Forces, especially SOG in particular, but Special Forces is like James Bond in the Secret Service. You know, they have M for Mrs. Moneypenny. They have Q, who invents all this stuff. And you have the man in charge, I forgot what his letter is. But anyway, he says, call Mrs. A. And that was Mrs. Moneypenny's counterpart. And I said to him, I says, my first image was this old lady with a cat in her lap and knitting, and you know, Mrs. Moneypenny, old, you know. And I said, is she old? And he said, no, blonde and a good looker. And so I called her, and she said, do you really want to go? And I said, yeah, we're waiting for orders. She says, I'll get on it. And so, not being patient, I called her the next day. And she says, I'm working on it, Dale. And then I called her the third day, and she recognized my voice, and she says, you're ready. I got your orders, and you're ready to go. And so I got the orders for all of our graduating class, and we got a delay en route and headed off to Vietnam.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, some guys told me that they actually would go to the Pentagon, and guys would say, bring her this type of wine and these flowers.
Yeah.
And then other people, I was talking with another person, he said he called Mrs. A and said, I want to go into SOG. And she goes, shh, don't say that over the phone.
Yeah.
And it seems like just about everyone spoke with Mrs. A.
Yes.
They got into SOG somehow or another, or want to go back. Some guys would be, you know, come back to the States, and garrison duty was just bad, and they were used to the freedom in SOG and doing what they normally do. And they said, no, I'm out of here. And they could call Mrs. A and, okay, orders back on SOG.
Yeah.
So I want to jump back somewhere, because I kind of want to talk about this for our younger viewers. When you're going through your MOS school, they talked about the 5th column. Can you tell the younger viewers what the 5th column is all about?
Okay. When a country or a fort or anything is under attack, often they're surrounded, you know, and sometimes they can handle it, sometimes they can't. Sometimes they know the direction they're being attacked from. They'll put their resources there. A 5th column is the effort to attack an entity, a country, a fortress, whatever, from the inside, where nobody's expecting you and so forth. The best example in history is the Trojan horse, where it was the Helen of Troy and so forth, and they have this gigantic horse given as a gift to the city of Troy, and it's a beautiful monument and so forth. And so they haul it in. It's in on wheels and so forth. And during the night, there's a trapdoor on the bottom, and all the soldiers come out of the inside of that Trojan horse, and they attack the city of Troy from the inside. And they open up the gates, and then the main army comes in. And a fifth column is the effort of trying to destroy a country from the inside, destabilizing it and so forth. And it has sympathies with what's going on in the outside. And we've had efforts, I think, in our own country to do it, and virtually every other country does it. And in some regards, it's understandable, it's reasonable. You know, if you can attack from the inside and have fewer casualties and have the front gate open, it makes perfect sense. But sometimes when it's your country and it's your people doing this, and it's treasonous, you know, and that's the fifth column.
What year did you go to Vietnam?
1969, the beginning of April 1969.
And what was your route? You flew from Fort Bragg to the Philippines, or how'd you?
No, they gave us a delay en route so I could start from my hometown. And then we went to, I think it was the West Coast, and then it went through Hawaii, and then directly over to Vietnam from there.
Where did you land?
Say again?
Where did you land?
I think it was Cameron Bay, big dust bowl. Kind of totally unlike anything I've ever heard of Vietnam. It looked like a desert with huge sand dunes on both sides of the road, and buses with the concrete screens, you know, that they use in sidewalks and so forth over all the windows. And it seemed like the bus driver was kind of paranoid. He thought he was going to be attacked at any moment, but it seemed like it was the most secure part of Vietnam. But it was my impression was just massive amounts of dust. And then as soon as we landed and pulled off the runway, you could see the lights of the next airplane. So it was jet after jet landing with troops. So
from there you went up to Nha Trang. How'd you get to Nha Trang?
Nha Trang was by plane, I think it was. I don't remember the kind of plane, but there was my whole graduating class was on that plane. I think there was 37 of us, and went directly from there to Nha Trang, and the same thing going from bus. But this time there was no paranoia in the bus. It was just a regular. No, actually, it was a truck, I think, and going from truck directly to the Special Forces base.
So Nha Trang was the Special Forces headquarters, correct?
Right, that was the headquarters.
And so you mustered off the bus and you go into
Yeah, signed in, and they knew where we were going. It wasn't waiting around and figuring out where they're going to place us and all that. We were all CNC bound, so CNC North, Central, and South. And it seemed like CNC North and CNC South had their aircraft laid on before us. So those of us who were going to CNC Central had to go the next day. So we had an extra day to explore town and so forth.
What'd you think of Nha Trang?
I liked it. It seemed like a clean, busy Asian city. You go down the sidewalks and you could smell the sandalwood and see the incense. And there was a huge statue of Buddha out there, and I think I took my picture by that statue of Buddha. And of course the barkers trying to sell you things from the sidewalk, and a combination of modern and the old, people peddling pedicabs, and then the bicycles and the motorcycles that all the young men went, and sometimes with whole families on one bicycle, and motorcycle. And I remember the black smoke coming out because it seems like the fuel was very poorly done, or the engines were poor, because it would sputter as they went by, and the black smoke would come out of the motorcycles. And it was really a charming and an exciting change from the United States to the Asian culture. So
you say in your book, the first SOG person you saw was in Nha Trang as you guys were building?
Yeah, we were waiting for our plane, and we had one night to be there, and it was a transient barracks, and there was just 3 or 4, I think 4 or 5 of us that were getting ready to go to CCC, and anyway, a guy walks in, and it turns out his name was Kirschbaum, and I believe he's alive today. But Kirschbaum was from CNC, and he walked in, and he was definitely not Strack. Kind of shuffled in, long handlebar mustache that went way down, and never even looked at us. Just seemed to be in another world. And he shuffled in and put his things on a bunk at the far end of the building. Then we saw the SOG patch, the big red SOG patch on his chest, and it was interesting because we met actually the first living creature that came out of SOG that was alive, and we realized that it was possible to be in SOG and still live through it, because what we had learned, it was incredibly dangerous. And here was Kirschbaum, and a living representative of it. And as it turned out, Michael Buckland, who was going in country with me, wound up on Kirschbaum's team just a few weeks later, and that was Team Maine. And they did many very courageous missions in Vietnam.
You were assigned to FOB2 in Kontum, CCC, in the Central Highlands of South Vietnam. How was it?
The compound, it was a busy place. The main road would cut right through the center of the camp, so it was in two hemispheres, and we had gates in between with Chinese guards at the gate, and of course they would filter road traffic through and ensure that nobody went into the camp. But it was very busy. A certain section had the Vietnamese counterparts, and that was their headquarters, and they had their flag up and everything. And then we had, in one section was the barracks for the Montagnards, for the Mike Force, or Strike Force, or it went by many names. And then our Recon people. So we had Chinese, Vietnamese, Cambos, Laos, Montagnards, Vietnamese, and then Americans all in the same camp. Very busy and professional, but friendly at the same time. It didn't seem to have the militaristic flavor of a military base. I mean, you were there for business and you were professional, and they were treated that way right from the very beginning.
So, when you arrived, you asked the captain that you want to be assigned to a recon team. He told you to go see Sergeant Howard. Sergeant Howard's a legend. Mm-hmm. What did you think of Bob Howard?
When I went into Bob Howard, he's busy. He was the first sergeant. Working papers on his desk and all that. And he was not allowed to go to the field anymore because he was put in for the third time for the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I introduced myself at his desk, and I told him that I wanted to go to the companies, and that S1 suggested that there was an opening on a recon team. And so he interviewed me there, and he was quite professional, and we talked family and things like that too, and background and so forth. And his wife was a Sunday school teacher in Alabama, and we talked philosophy and all that kind of a thing. And the first thing he says, "Why aren't you a sergeant?" And I said, "My rank has been frozen for the last year." And he says, "Well, go to the tailor shop." And he says, "I'll get the orders out." But anyway, he says, I'll get you on Norm Doney's team. And he walked me out, and we were going, and as we were going out, I noticed behind, I noticed when I was going in, but there was a horseshoe-shaped thing above the door that was, the sun had bleached everything out except that horseshoe, and that was obviously pulled out. And I said, "Was there ever a project here called Omega?" And he kind of was startled, and he says, "Why?" And I says, "I see the Omega symbol above the door." He said, "Well, that was a horseshoe." And I said, "I took Greek," and I said, "That's the Omega symbol." And he says, "I'll get the building painted," and very matter of fact and all that. And but anyway, just as we're crossing the compound, there was Norm Doney coming across, and he said, "Norm, I got the guy for you," and. So then Norm introduced me and so forth, and told me who Bob Howard was. I had no idea. He's just a very quiet-spoken, good, honest, a quality person. You know, and no bravado, no, I'm the greatest attitude about him or anything. Just a great man.
Yeah, Bob, my understanding, he was a supply guy, but he was strap hang any chance he got.
Yeah, as I recalled Bob, he had never had a recon team, and he had never run a company or a platoon. He'd always strap hanged, and every time there was danger, he says, "Okay, I'm going," and he did that over and over and over again. So he was essentially at every single dangerous mission and situation in the CNC, and of course 3 times he should have had the Medal of Honor, and I think there was a 4th time I read an after-action report about what he did. And I thought, man, this has got to be one of the times he must have been put in for the Medal of Honor, and no, he got a Bronze Star. And it should have been it was incredible courage, and he was shorted his medals. He should have had multiple Medals of Honor.
But he was one of the most decorated Americans.
He was most decorated man in American history. No one has come close. Audie Murphy didn't come close. No one come close.
He's still a quiet professional. No movies were made about him. No, parades. No, that type of stuff. It's but inside SOG, he's still a legend. So
yes,
with all the SOG guys.
Yeah.
You were assigned to RT Florida. Can you tell the audience what RT Florida consisted of?
RT Florida, counting myself, there were 3 Americans, and I think we must have had 6 or 7 or 8 indigenous people, about 4 Chinese, and I think it was 4 or 5 Vietnamese, and then Norm Doney, and then Joe Morris, who was about to finish his tour, had several difficult missions, and then myself. And we were a little bit larger than some of the teams because Team Florida under Doney specialized in prisoner snatches. So that required more people because you had the attack center, and then you had to have 2 flanks to protect yourself from either side coming up a trail, and then an element behind to kind of be security in the radio and all that. So anyway, we specialize in that. So a lot of our RONs, median action reports, I'm saying that backwards, median action drills were centered on prisoner snatches as well as IA drills. And it was a very smart team. I think it was the only melting pot team in the whole CNC, because most of them had all Montagnards or all Chinese or all Vietnamese.
Yeah, they were known sometimes the different tribes, the Montagnards, or even the South Vietnamese kind of clash sometimes.
Yes.
So that's good. So did you guys have an RT Florida patch when you were on?
We had one, but I never had one. I think it had come and gone before I got there. I saw a picture of one once, but it was before my time. We also had a Recon patch that was for all of CNC Central. And I remember we sent it off to, it was either Taipei, China, or Bangkok to have it done. And when they sent it back, I was one of the guys that was going to approve it. And they spelled Recon wrong. It was RECOR. And so we rejected it. And I thought, I should have saved that patch, because that patch would have been invaluable. And then they sent it off and had a new patch done. And I don't recall even having the new patch.
So I'm not sure if you know it, but the first combat halo jump ever in the world was RT Florida later on in 70 or 71. Did you know that?
I heard that, yes. Yeah, and actually, after my last mission in Florida, they said Florida was disbanded because all the Americans were dead or wounded, and the Vietnamese were only a couple left. And but then I've heard someone else say that there was more action after that, so it must have been reconstituted.
Okay, the 1-0 was Master Sergeant Donnie. Can you tell the audience about him?
Yeah, Norm Doney was he was a quiet professional with multiple tours. I saw his obituary years later, and he had the Silver Star. He had 7 Bronze Stars, all for valor, and never even told me that he had a Valor Award. The day or the week I got on his team, we were walking across the compound, and he says, "Hey, let me show you something." And it was a men's magazine. I think it was April 1969 or something like that. And his wife had sent him the magazine, and the cover of the magazine was Norm Doney. And on the top of it, it was Sergeant Doney's 6-man Mission Impossible team drive out and kill 200 VC. And Doney told me that he was behind lines and all that stuff. And they found a company, 2 companies actually, of Viet Cong exercising on a beach, and he called in airstrikes and basically wiped them out. But the whole article, and I thought, this is what I'm in for. You know, the men's magazine, the Mission Impossible team with Norman Doney, you know, and good man, he's quiet. He became like a father figure to me, one of my best friends, a professional, a very stickler for details. He says, adventure is when you make a mistake. And he was a perfectionist in everything. And even after he got out of the service and I got out of the service, I go visit him in Oregon, and we go out and have a steak dinner, and met his wife. You go to the reunions in Norman. I'd come in from the taxi, and he'd say, "I got our table already reserved. You'll be with me here," you know. And just a great man, a mentor, a father figure, and a friend.
Did you have a code name?
Yeah, my first tour was Bushmaster, and then I was medevaced out for 5 months, hospital and rehab and all that stuff. And then when I came back, I was just assumed I was going to be still Bushmaster, but the guy in the commo said that they had to have 5-letter words because it's easier to send them off. So I went to Swede, and it was one of those things that, and the extreme high pressure of combat and talking on the radio, you know, I tried to remember somebody's code name or something like that. It was really difficult. And I had blonde hair back then, and I thought they could remember Swede, maybe, you know, a blonde hair guy. And I was trying to give a memory help as well when we're under fire. So anyway, after that was Swede.
So, Bushmaster, were you able to pick the name, or they gave it to you?
Yeah, the first one, you could pick the name, and I don't know what made me think of it. The Bushmaster Snake, I think. I think the Nick Carter series was out too, the spy, and his code name was Bushmaster too. But I think I was thinking more of the snake and the deadliness and being hidden in the jungle and that kind of thing.
Did you ever see any snakes when you're on missions?
Some. One time we were coming in on the helicopter in the elephant grass, and there was a cobra with his head like a periscope up above the grass. And bearing in mind that a cobra could only lift 1/3 of his body up. I mean, 2/3 of it was still on the ground. And it was taller than the elephant grass. That was a formidable snake.
Did you get out the helicopter?
Yes.
How close?
Oh, it was close, but I was noisy too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't want that thing around. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was a banded crate. A woman threw a banded crate at me, which is an extremely poisonous snake, and I think she was half kidding. You know, I didn't shoot her, but boy, that's a deadly snake. It's one of the tri-pacers or two-step. You know, they have all these euphemisms. Once you're bitten, you're not going to get help.
So, why did she throw it at you? Where were you at?
And that was just on the edge of the compound. So she was in the compound. Obviously, she couldn't have been a Viet Cong out in the sticks, you know, throwing it out. But she just tossed it. I think she had no idea how deadly the snake was, and I'm surprised she didn't get bit. But there it was.
Yeah, just did you see any other deadly animals, tigers or?
No, I didn't.
I only heard the stories. You know, one of the Recon teams was out in Montyard one, and in fact, I think it was Team Me. I might be wrong, but anyway, one of the Montyards felt something hot against his face, and he opened his eyes without moving, and it was this huge green eyes. It was a tiger, so close the breath was blowing against his face, and in typical Montyard fashion, you shut your eyes and it's not there anymore. And so he started to move his hands to cover his face, and it growled. And then he put his hand down, he just shut his eyes and squinted, and no more tiger. And when morning was there, it was gone. But there were quite a few similar things like that. But I didn't encounter anything dangerous like that.
Can you tell us how your uniform was situated?
Of course, behind enemy lines, we were sterile. And actually, even in our missions in country, we were sterile too, which meant no patches, no laundry marks, nothing that said jockey underwear, nothing like that. And so we were totally sterile. My web gear weighed 55 pounds. And to accommodate all the things I wanted to carry, we used canteen covers, and I think Norm Doney did the same thing. I think all of our team did canteen covers because you carry more. You're very limited in the typical thing. But we take the linings out of the canteen covers because you're not trying to keep anything cool. You're trying to get space. And in the one, I could fit 8 grenades in the one canteen cover. Left the back totally empty at all times. Our policy is that when we were in the field, we never took off our gear for any reason whatsoever, not to sleep, nothing. And so the back had to be free. So the front right canteen cover was grenades. I had 8 grenades in that. And I threw right, I'm kind of a bidextrous. I right left-handed, I shoot left-handed, I shoot a bow right-handed, and I throw right-handed. So I had the one that's closest to my hands with grenades on the right side. And then I had 3 of them that were for magazines of ammunition. And I would put 2 magazines flat on the bottom that would raise the others up just a little bit. And then I would slide, I think 7 or 8 down with the bullets out, and then the open end down so it would get wet. And I carried 26 magazines, which was about 600 rounds. And then 1 canteen. And then in the back I had a survival radio and RT-10. And then certain survival gear. Now the web gear, I think when I first started Recon, the stable rig and the McGuire rig weren't invented yet. So we had a rope. I forget how long the rope was, but you'd unsnap that thing, and we had a way to wrap it around our waist and under our legs and tie it off.
A Swiss seat?
Swiss seat, yeah. And then the other one was called a Hanson rig, and that was another one. So I had that strapped up here. We did carry grenades that would explode, but we did carry a couple smoke on the top, and then your first aid type things on the top, and then carried pen flares. My compass was inside, so it would be open, and then it would slide it in between the buttons, and then clamp it down. So the compass was always there, so that if I'm on point or going, I could still have the rifle. I could just pull out the compass and hold it, and by the time it stopped swinging, I look down and check, and then I could slide it in. And then we had the survival panel and a couple other things. I think that was in the side pocket, but we were pretty heavy. In a rucksack, I would carry what's the explosion? The 700 pellets in it.
The Claymore?
Claymore mine. 1 Claymore mine in there. The food, and occasionally I would have the radio. The radio was 25 pounds. So you were really heavy. I was probably pushing 100 pounds all the time. So you're exhausted the first step, you know. You certainly couldn't run, that's for sure.
What knife did you carry?
We went through a bunch of them, but I think I just had the military, was it the K-bar? I think it was. I didn't go any special knife. That was a decent one. I used to throw knives a lot, but you can't throw to do it over again, I would throw by the handle, but back then I threw by the blade, and you can't throw a clay bar because it's sharp on both sides. So you slice your hands open, you know. I can't think of anything else I might have carried. Pen flares, you know. A lot of times our Montagnards, not our people particularly, but the Montagnards would go to the bar in town. They couldn't carry a gun. They couldn't take a gun from the camp, but they would have the pen flares, which was 5.56 of all things. You know, same caliber or diameter of the pen flare as an M16 round. So a lot of them would put orchestrated, so they put in a 5.56 round at the end of the pen flare. So if they got in a bar fight, they could use the pen flare and pop a guy. So innovative things.
It's funny you say that because my friend who was a Force Recon guy there, I talked to you about him, his name's Bill, but when he got back to the States, he was a motorcycle rider, and he had a pen flare, and a guy cut him off, and he shot the pen flare into the car, and kept going anyways. But it's funny that you say that.
Yeah.
So, did you also carry clay C4?
Yeah. I think we carried one bar. And I don't remember if I carried it all the time, but yeah, we did carry C4 as an explosive. And the main use for that, in your companies, a lot of your Montagnards would use it to cook. You know, there's no smoke and so forth, burn very hot and so forth. But we would do it to clear an LZ. If we were really under heavy fire and all the open areas were a fill, then we would perhaps have to blow our own trees and just put a little bit of that on the back of the tree and set it off with your det cord, and trees are gone, you know.
So you carried, I think you said in your book, you carried the blasting caps and the det cord separate?
I'm assuming we did, but I don't remember specifically where we separated them.
Yeah, so...
It was time fuses.
Time fuses,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. And det cord, yeah.
So so time fuse, you could put it in the claymore, drop it, and it would go off at a certain time?
Or you have a clicker, you know, and that was a really good. And there was a little testing there too, that we started off, you know, we put a claymore on the backside of a tree, because there's a backblast as well. And so if the enemy hits you during the night or while you're stopped at length, you could blow a swath 250 yards out, and there should be nothing living in front of that swath. There's 720 pellets the size of buckshot that go out, so it's pretty devastating. But we did have some times where the communists would come by and they would see our RON and discover the claymore, and then they would turn the claymore around and then make some noise. We would blow the claymore and it would blow it off on us. So we got to the place where we would put some kind of a luminous tape on the back of the claymore, and so that as long as you saw that luminous tape, you thought you were pretty good. But then the NVA, I don't know how they learned this, but anyway, they would discover the tape and they would turn it around, put the tape on the other side. So there was this game they played, and I don't know how they survived and learned what we were doing, but they did.
So did you ever use the mini grenades?
I did. And we had the baseball grenades too. The baseball grenades were called the M33. The standard was 26, M26. And then the other one was the baseball grenade. I don't remember that. I actually toyed with the idea of taking a slingshot in the woods and firing that thing off. Some of the problems of course, it's very small. The blasting radius is less than 10 meters, but it also went off quicker. I think the other ones you have like 4 seconds or something before they went off. The mini grenade, like 2 seconds, it would blow off. So you better get rid of that thing quick. It seemed to be a short-lived thing because it showed up and disappeared from the scene. The baseball grenade was another thing that came out, and it was great, more powerful than the M26. But the problem was it was a little bit heavier. It was shaped like a baseball. But most of your Vietnamese and Chinese and so forth are so much smaller than we are, they couldn't throw it beyond the bursting radius. So the bursting radius, the danger area could be 20 meters, and it was difficult to throw that thing farther than 20 meters. So it got to be a danger to us because our guys would throw the grenade at the enemy, and we'd be in our own bursting radius.
Did they ever throw it and hit a tree, bounce back?
I think I did once or twice, but it was ineffective. When it hit, it didn't bounce back that far, But yeah, I threw a lot of grenades actually.
Can you tell the audience about your first in-country mission, and what is the difference between an in-country mission and over-the-fence mission?
Right. Of course, CNC in particular is tasked with over-the-fence missions behind enemy lines, in particular Laos and Cambodia. Of course, the enemy had buildups just as formidable within the boundaries of South Vietnam as well. But technically, we didn't count our missions unless they were over the fence. So you could be on a horrendously dangerous mission, and it really wouldn't count, technically. Usually to have a over-the-fence mission, they assigned a number, like I was on Lima 50 or Juliet 9 or India 6 or something like that. And it would be the designator on a map, and that would be the thing. Or another thing would be the name of a mission, like a Tailwind was a name of a mission. And I was on some that were kind of over the fence, but they didn't have a name. And so I'm not sure if you'd count them. In country, we got a little bit lackadaisical in one fashion, is that we would train, it's live, real missions and so forth for our people. We'd do some short ones that are close to the FOB, just for practice and doing the getting everybody attuned to this, doing the same thing the same way. But we would go a little bit farther in dangerous missions. It basically prepared us for the horrendously dangerous ones on the other side. My first one was, I think it was 3 days out there, and Ben Het was under siege, and the communists were surrounding it, and they were pounding it with artillery. And we were out there looking for the trails to build up, and where they might be assembling to attack Ben Het. So we were on one of those missions, and we went in by Vietnamese pilots on King Bees, which are bigger than the Huey and more powerful. They could take a lot of hits. They had only one door, so you came, everybody that came in or went had to be out that one door. Just before that mission, Donnie brought in, and we basically invented for CCC what we called the Donnie ladder, but it was three, not aluminum, but metal rungs, or ropes that came down, and then we had aluminum rungs that went back and forth across it. So you could get up a little bit easier. When you climb a rope ladder, your feet push it way out. You're actually upside down almost. So it's really difficult to climb one, especially if you're wounded, and especially if you have a heavy rucksack and so forth. So he came up with the Donnie ladders, and he said he used them in Delta. And so he and I built the first Donnie ladders at the water tower in CCC. And we built that, and we had Bob Howard take a look at it and showed how it worked. If you were wounded, you could only get up so far. You could just snap yourself in on the center rope, which was metal, and they could roll it up underneath you like a cot, So it had some real advantages to it, and you could drop it down to small openings and so forth. And anyway, and then Colonel App, the commander of the base, saw it, and he said, "Boy, this is really great." And then we called the pilots in particular the Vietnamese pilots. This is how it works. This is how you hook it up, and so forth. So we went on this one mission, and it was heavy with enemy all over the place the whole time. But we weren't engaged the first day or so, and so we could continue the mission and all that. But we would come across. I could smell the trails before I saw the trails because they were chopping down the vegetation. It was like when you mow a lawn, you can smell the lawn. And I could smell the cut grass and all that stuff. And we slowly make our way up, and you find the beginning of a trail. And the trail would be the width of a truck, and all the vegetation was gone. Sometimes so many people had walked down that there was nothing left, and it would be muddy and or dry. It's just very, very heavily used. And on that one first mission, I remember we walked on the trail, and we were taking pictures of the trail and all that. And at any moment, more enemy could come down it. And there were footprints on the trail in the mud. And it had just been used just before we found it, because the water was still seeping into the tracks, filling up the tracks. So they were just minutes ahead of us. And I thought, any minute, more of them are going to come. And so we backed off the trail, took pictures and all that stuff, and monitored the trail, and then proceeded on with the mission, and just documenting, the direction of the trail and how many people used it and things like that. And it was like that everywhere. We could hear them in the bushes, moving toward the Ben Het, and we were monitoring, counting, trying to see the enemy people, what they were wearing, and all that kind of a thing. And then at some point, they discovered us, because they started. Every time we moved, we could hear a shot. Every time we stopped, we could hear a shot. If we made an RON spot, we could hear a shot and things like that. So they were monitoring us and signaling everybody else.
So, not to interrupt you, but the shots are from who?
They're trackers. They had people monitoring and looking for us and so forth. So they would signal the bigger elements. This is where they're at. This is what they're doing. And then after a while, we could hear the bamboo clicking because they were kind of like in India, how they people on elephants will drive the lion. They were doing that. They were trying to drive us to ambushes. And they kind of were doing that for a day and a half. During the night, we figured they were lined up around us. And so we would sneak out and try to get away. But after a while, it got to the point that they were driving us en masse, and there was lots and lots of them. And we started moving, and the FOB said, we need to come out. And so we started moving toward an LZ, and before we got to an open area, we just studied it. And sure enough, the communists had it all monitored. You could see the sun shine on a pith helmet or maybe a straight line that was a machine gun. And so we realized we could get out on any opening that was large enough for a helicopter. So we'd have to blow one. And anyway, we got to a certain area, and they were right on our tail really fast. And we set up claymore mines with a timer on it. And when they would blow, and then they would shoot all around, so they didn't know exactly where we were, because the explosion was there. They didn't know if it was because we assaulted them right there or not. So they were shooting into the bushes all around them. So we knew they were close. We knew they were only about 10 minutes away. So we called the FOB and said, send in, and I didn't want to say ladders, because the communists would know that we're going to get some opening. But we said, tell Bob to hook up, this is Robert Howard, hook up what we had just built, and he would know that was the ladder. So they ran down with the truck, ran to the King Bee pilots, and they hooked up those ladders on the side of the King Bee, and they zoomed out, and I think we blew a couple of tiny, small trees, just enough that the King Bee could drop down, and we went up the ladders. And I think the last one was Donny. I went up just before Donny. And I remember that the chopper pilot was leaving before Donny was all the way in the chopper up the ladder. So I grabbed Donny by his belt and all that stuff, and I pulled Donny in. And I was looking out the window, and I thought, sure enough, this guy is not going to clear the trees, and he didn't. You know, he was under fire, so he started to raise before the ladders cleared all the trees. And I watched as the chopper took off, and I watched the rungs of the ladders that hit the top of the trees, and I'm thinking, we're going to get pulled down, and then at the last second, the tree sprung free. And I kind of just breathed. It was like, this is awful, you know. And it was like, I think I mentioned in the book, it was almost like the Vietnamese, the communists were like a cobra about to spring. And we got just pulled just out of the jaws of the cobra. You know, it was just in time because I think we also did a Claymore mine with a 5-minute fuse. And of course, they were shooting in the trees, you know, with the Claymores, or the RPGs and so forth, so that would explode in the trees. And the shrapnel would come down on us, and they were right on top of us. And that was my first incoming. And then Donnie would say, you got to remember that, you know, this is just training for the across the fence. And we would get a little bit lackadaisical because it's just in country. And he would have to remind us that 55,000 Americans have been killed in those in-country missions. You know, it's still Vietnam. It's still where the war is.
So after every mission, that when you're pulled out, you said Donnie would give you a thumbs up and a smile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donnie was a guy who never got excited, never raised his voice. Bob Howard's the same way. A lot of the old timers, in fact, in retrospect, looking at my 3 tours, I never saw anyone yell or shout. It was professionalism and so forth. And Donnie was that way. And he would, you know, I had one of my Chinese the same way, you know, just no matter how hairy it was, he would just look at me and he'd smile, you know. And Donnie had this grin, the Donnie grin, I always called it, you know, and he would just smile. And that was his expression of, okay, that was it. It was exciting. It's over, you know.
So in your career, how many across the fence missions did you do?
Well, I'm not sure. I think if you go by having a name on it, there were just 3. But there was more that we went across, and there wasn't a name attached to it. Like with the company, I don't recall a name or a designator on it. So there's others that were like that. But in-country one, there was a lot of them. And of course, there was one for the Australians and things like that. So I probably had quite a few missions, if you think, just in the sense of going out in the world, out there for combat and recon and all that stuff. Yeah. But actually, over the fence, I can only think of 3 with names, you know, but there was more.
So can you tell us about your first over the fence mission?
And that was, I think it's, and I get them mixed, it's 55 years or so. I think it's when we were looking for that enemy that were assaulting Ben Head, and basically looking for targets of opportunity. It's almost a ditto of the first one. And the only difference is we were across the fence, and I don't remember it wasn't Lima 50. It was like Juliet 9 or India 6, one of those designators. It was a busy area though. And we were across looking for the communists, and same thing. They were on us right away, within an hour. And so we were evading and all that kind of a thing. And I remember we had just come across a high-speed trail, and you know, taking pictures and watching it and all that kind of thing, setting up alongside of it to maybe get a prisoner or see what the enemy was looking like, you know, the uniforms and readiness and weapons and all that. And I think we had just pulled off this trail, and I happened to notice something on the ground, a long cord. I thought it was a black snake, like that, not the mamba, but there's another one, long black one. And I stopped, you know, and I thought, that's that snake. And all of a sudden I realized it wasn't a snake, it was a cable, a communications wire, a thick one. And I went, you know, like that, and Donnie turned around, and I just nodded my head down here, and there's something here. And so he came over, and I pointed, and it was a commo wire, which indicates at least a battalion of enemy real close. And so we thought, well, we're going to have to set up in a circle and see if we can find that headquarters, you know. And we didn't get very far, and all of a sudden I said, I heard booming, you know, it was very faint and far, but I could hear cannons going off, boom, 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 you know. And I got Donnie's attention. I went, you know, like this, you know, I hear something. And he came back to where I was standing, and sure enough, it was the enemy artillery, presumably the one that was hitting Ben Het. And Ben Het had B-52 strikes and everything on it, and they couldn't knock out the enemy artillery. They must have been dug in someplace special, you know. So anyway, we got up in a circle, you know, away from the trail, and Donnie and I think it was Chin, my point man, who was dressed like a Chinese soldier from Korea. He had a red star on his hat and carried an AK-47. And anyway, the three of us basically exfilled and went toward the explosions, you know, the gunshots, the big cannons. And we got closer and closer, and we had to cross a road, which was a real danger area, and got to a place on a military crest, and the artillery was pretty loud, and I could see across a small opening over there that it was like a road, and I could see when the booms happened, the leaves would flutter, you know. So the concussion or the exhaust of the barrels was blowing the trees, and I pointed and I said, there, you know. And we started looking at it, and pretty soon we could see straight lines where a barrel was, and then finally we could see the sun on a windshield where the artillery rounds were stored and so forth. And there was an entire long big battery of artillery that was bounding Ben Het. So anyway, we were going to call in airstrikes on it. So we looked at all the terrain around. There was a piece of a cliff, and we could find that on the map, and we could find this and that, and we kind of conferred and said, "Are we sure that's exactly the spot?" And we said, "Yeah, that's exactly where they're at." So we maneuvered back to our people, and then we did a sit rep to the FOB, and I think fortunately Covey came by and we could communicate because we're too far behind the lines for radios. And we communicated, found the enemy artillery, and we had to put that in code, you know, and found the enemy artillery, gave the coordinates, and FOB says, go to the nearest LV for immediate extraction as ASAP, as fast as possible. So we did a map study and went to the closest LZ, and it wasn't very far away, as fast as we could go. And immediately there were helicopters to get us out. And simultaneously, Doc Padgett was with a company, like a strike force, or I think it was a B company, Mike Force, I think it was a company. And they were a couple miles away from us, a few miles, doing the same thing we were. So they got the order from FOB too, or from the Mike Force, go to as fast as you can, 7 clicks south, you know, and because they couldn't extract as quickly an entire company like they could do a recon team. So that thing was they were going to come in with massive airstrikes, and they needed to get it away as fast as they could. So they went south 7 clicks, 3.5 miles, as fast as they could go. And as soon as we got out, they diverted 100 B-52 bombers. That was the word that I heard later on, a massive, massive B-52 strike. And they completely pulverized that area. John Padgett told me that, I asked him what it was like to be 7 clicks away from a massive B-52 strike. And he said you couldn't stand. It was, the whole ground was shaking. But that discovery, that first mission, was the actual end of the siege of Ben Het, because it destroyed all the enemy artillery. And at that point, the enemy melted into the jungle and disappeared.
So previous to the arc-like strike, John Padgett's Mike Force also destroyed a bunch of cannons, right? Or
Right. They encountered a bunch of people coming off of a mountain or a ridge line or something, and again, they thought they were in their own territory. You know, there's no chance of being ambushed, and they had artillery or the big mortars disassembled, and even the disassembled pieces were extremely heavy, and so anyway, a company, I think, it was coming down the hill on a trail system. So their Mike Force ambushed them, and basically wiped them out, and captured the enemy artillery and stuff. And they later in called for, they wanted to get pulled out, and they did the jungle penetrators that dropped into the to their area, and they attached them to the jungle penetrators and exfilled the enemy artillery, and I think it was heavy mortars, bigger than our 81s, I think.
so, RT Florida was responsible, basically breaking the siege of Ben Het.
Right.
Did you guys get any awards or medals for that?
Nothing. Nothing.
So, not to diminish what a line unit would do, but what would you think a line unit would get? Silver Star, Bronze Star?
I would imagine.
Yeah.
I would imagine. Yeah. And probably the commanding officer who was in headquarters would have got one too.
Yeah, exactly. Can you tell us, after this mission, you went on what is called bright light duty? Mm-hmm. Can you tell the audience what a bright light duty is?
Yeah, a bright light is occasionally it's larger units, but basically it's a recon team when you're not on a mission and so forth. And we had launch sites, and in particular the one at Dak To, which seemed to be kind of equidistant from most of the targets. And there was a gigantic siege of Dak To at one point, lasted several months. But for the most part, Dak To was abandoned, and there weren't many people there. And we had a little section with a control tower, and that wasn't much of a tower. It was just something higher than so you could see. And I think we had 3 buildings, and then we had it fenced in, and then a little launch pad. But our job over there was that if a team was in real trouble, they would pick us up because we're close. And they would pick us up and drop us right into the firefight. If they had bodies to take out, we would go in and recover the bodies. Perhaps the team would make it out, but they couldn't get the bodies. So we would be inserted on the target, you know, usually the ambush site, just to go in and retrieve the bodies. Or if they were under siege and couldn't move, it could be possible that they would take us and drop us in on top of them, so they have enough people to break the attack. So it was any emergency that they had, we had to be ready at all times. We had a place that we stayed in, and it was the mortuary during when it was a big major base there, and it was a single room building with a concrete floor, and a concrete floor slanted downward to a drain in the bottom. So I would imagine is when bodies were washed off or there were fluids coming out of the bodies, they had a drain thing down there. And that's where we slept at night. And the walls only went up about 4 feet, and then after that it was canvas. And I suppose it was so that they could air it out and so forth. But anyway, that's where we stayed for the week. And there were no showers, no kitchen facilities, anything like that. Then we had a commo room where they monitored all the radios. They could talk to the teams if they were close enough, or talk with Covey and talk with the FOB. And and I don't remember what the third building was. Maybe it was supplies and so forth for the other staff. But anyway, we would just stand there in readiness. All of our equipment, all of our gear, everything was ready, so that at a moment's notice, the choppers could come in, pick us up, and drop us into the target. And I think we were ready to go 2 or 3 times, but then each time as we're getting on the helicopter to go, they would get the team out, so we didn't have to go in, but it was close a few times. You know, a lot of courageous battles going on in the field, and And of course, it's quite terrifying because it's not if you're going to be in contact, it's you will be in contact when you get inserted.
So you said one team was in heavy contact, and 2 of the Americans were shot. But when they landed at Dak To,
Right.
they both got out of the helicopter.
Right. And it was, oh boy, I forgot the names. They were friends of mine. They were in heavy contact. We were following them. I was in the FOB then, and we were following them. I was praying for them. As a Christian, I believe in prayer, and I was praying for them that they would come out okay. Well, anyway, Nick Ryan was one of them, and Charlie Bliss, I think, was the other one. Yeah, but anyway, horrendous firefights, being chased and all that kind of a thing, had casualties. And then at one point, someone, it must have been a third American, called on the radio, Nick has been shot 3 times in the chest, and the NBA was almost point blank, shot him 3 times in the chest with an AK-47. The team got split at some point, and Charlie Bliss was off by himself, so a split team. And the same thing happened to him. The NBA got him, and they shot him 3 times in the chest. So anyway, all of us were ready to volunteer to go in and help them, get them out, augment even the bright light team. And obviously, I think it was Bob Howard might have been there still, and right away, let's go, let's get them, And anyway, the radio came across that we got them out, and so they're on their way to the FOB. And my first thought is, if they're on the way to the FOB, that's a bad sign. That means you're not going to play coup to the hospital to save anybody's life. It means who they got is either not wounded badly or dead. And so I expected dead bodies on the chopper. So it comes in, and all of us are there at the helipad waiting. And as it settles down, I see Nick Ryan sitting on the edge of the helicopter, and doesn't seem to be injured at all, and then he hops off, puts his feet on the struts, hops off and helps the next guy off. And then he turns and he faces me, and I'm going to him. I'm thinking, and the medics are out there with the wagon, ready to haul him off to the dispensary. And I saw in the back of the 3/4-ton truck, there was body bags in there. We expected the worst. So anyway, I go to Nick, and he looks at me, and he could see my worried face, and he smiles. He says, "I know, Dale." I said, "You've been praying for me." He opens up his shirt, and there are 3 welts, and the bullets went through his shirt and stopped at his skin. And exactly the same thing that happened to Bliss, is that it stopped at his skin. And boy, this is like definitely a miracle. And I was walking across the compound afterward, and it was, everybody's going to the places they were going. I was walking across the compound, and just crossed the road to the talk side. And just as I did, a Huey came across, not much higher than a building, maybe maximum 100 feet in the air, 75 feet in the air. And the Huey did a victory roll, a complete roll, flying upside down. And I thought, that's not impossible. Huey's helicopters can't fly upside down. But he did a victory roll, and the Huey flew upside down, and then it was like honking your horn. It was victory, And I thought, man, that's amazing, a real rejoicing type moment.
So there was a couple thoughts about the ammunition that the NVA were using.
Yeah, and they that's the first thing they came up with, because nobody wants to say, well, God did it. So what they said was, well, they had, our interdiction of the supplies was so great that they were putting only half powder in the bullets. And therefore, there wasn't enough oomph to penetrate. But the problem with that story is that if that was the case, there wouldn't have been enough power to throw the bolt back. So it doesn't hold if you only had that little tiny bit of powder, so that the bullet didn't even have the oomph to penetrate skin. Then it wouldn't have thrown the bolt back for the second bullet either.
So back to bright light. So a lot of times you guys are just going to stand down waiting. Did your indige or South Vietnamese, did they ever complain or anything like that?
No. It seems like the indigenous Montagnards in particular, they're very stoic. They're prepared to wait indefinitely and talk, visit, play with the bugs, whatever it is. I've never seen that kind of a thing, and we would keep them busy too. If we could, we would do immediate action drills, or visit and do various things. Try to learn Vietnamese or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after Bright Light, you were assigned to 1-0 school, and how was that?
1-0 school is designed to prepare you to be a 1-0, and when most people go into special forces, they went to Recondo school, then they went to an A team somewhere, and that was to prepare them for the field and all that kind of a thing. We had our own specific one, and that was a 1-0 school to prepare you to take a team so that you could actually lead the team behind enemy lines in the most arduous situation. So it was a very, very exacting, thorough professional school. I think it was 3 weeks long. And it prepared you for absolutely anything that can happen, anything a team leader would ever encounter, whether it was plugging a bullet hole with a sock or whatever it is, or map reading, calling in airstrikes, everything. And very thorough. Usually by the time you could get to 1-0 school, you already had a few missions and you knew an awful lot of the material. And it was possible that some people were almost 1-0s already. But nonetheless, it's the one thing that say that we have prepared you for everything. Very, very professional, thorough school.
So 1-0 school is at Long Tan, and Long Tan was the site of a large battle the Australian Army
Right.
Was involved in. And they also made a movie called Danger Close about this battle. Could you tell us about the terrain and?
Yeah. Well, we did a mission at the end of it, and it was an actual mission, and it was for the Australians. And I don't know if most people know, but in the Vietnam War, the South Koreans had a section of South Vietnam that was their territory, and they kept the communists out and so forth. The Americans, of course, had the bulk of everything, and the Australians had a certain section too, which is around Long Tan, Long Thon, where the Australians had that horrendous battle. And I did the one mission for the Australians. It was an all Green Beret team. There were 5 of us on the team, and I was the point man for this team. And normally you go to a secure area in your headquarters area. You get the briefing. It would be a secure building, perhaps with barbed wire and guards outside. And anyway, for our briefing for this mission, we went by 3/4 ton truck, and we went away from their base area and camps, and we seemed to go down remote roads and stuff, and then across some fields and so forth, completely removed from the camp. And we crossed the field, and there was a huge wall tent and some other outbuildings and so forth, and it was a secret headquarters for the Australians at that point. Because for our mission, the commander of the base thought that they were sure that there was a mole that had compromised everything in their facility, and he didn't dare give us the mission because the mole would explain things. Now, what had happened is that the Viet Cong, in particular, and the NVA, had made a headquarters area in the rubber plantations for Goodyear Tire Company, and it was inside their rubber plantations. And the South Vietnamese were getting kickbacks, so they didn't want the rubber plantations ruined by a combat. And Goodyear didn't want them blown up, and the Viet Cong wanted a secure base. So they had this agenda behind And so they didn't want the communists to be found. And so this major who gave us the briefing had a secret meeting for us, a secret warning order, because it's the only way that we could actually find it. And he said he would take care of it. So we drive up to this area where they're going to have the warning order and briefing and all that stuff. And a major comes out with his knee socks and his shorts and his pinstripe mustache and the swagger stick under his arm. And he comes out and he says, well, welcome to the Australian sector. And he says, I think we've got a mission for you Yanks that will be worthy of your skills, essentially was what he's saying. And basically he wanted the communist headquarters found within the rubber plantations, and he would take over from there. And so it's an intelligence gathering mission, not a combat mission. And his only proviso is that when it came time to pick us up, we had to be able to secure the LZ. We had to be able to go all the way around it, make sure it wasn't watched by the enemy, and then they would complete the pickup. And so that was our mission. And the terrain, as you asked, was incredibly thick, and it was almost like a garbage field. There were so many booby traps and things all over the place, and there were places that there were dead bodies, dead animals, and things that had never been recovered. It was so thick and denied that you could hardly move. So I was the point man for the 3 days, and toward the end of it, it was so thick. It was like every place I looked, I could see a booby trap. But I was crawling on my belly. I knew I was getting awful close to the headquarters. Just the intelligence we were finding, and I just knew we were almost there. And I was crawling on my belly through some thick stuff, and all of a sudden all my senses got alert. And there's something wrong here, and there's just something. And I stopped, and I didn't move at all. And all of a sudden, I realized I smell his breath. There's an MVA there, and I could smell his breath. And he had been eating Nook Mong or whatever. And I just froze, and I didn't move at all because I didn't know where he was. And then finally, he moved, and I could see his shadow through the trees and stuff. And then the question was, how do I get out of there? When I was going so quietly forward, I don't know how I'm going to go backwards without making a noise and having to have a firefight and ruin the whole mission. The point was to get intelligence, not to kill enemy. And so anyway, I prayed. I prayed that somehow God would cover the sound of me backing up. And no sooner did I, in my mind, said amen, that a big jet type aircraft with the engines took off from someplace close to the airport there and flew directly over our heads. And it was just loud noise, and so I used that to back up and got out of the way, signaled the guys, the enemy. Our signal was a hand behind the head was enemy, and I couldn't even signal enemy because that would involve moving my hand, and the guy could have seen it. So anyway, and we made our way away from there, kind of put all of our intelligence that we gathered together and figured we could piece out exactly where the headquarters was. And they were using the French roads from the plantation era when the French had it as a colony. And so we pretty much knew where they were. So then it was time to move to an LZ and get out of there. We did that. We started moving out and got to an area, and it was a large area, and it was shaped like an hourglass, with a narrow part in the middle. And it was just large enough that if I reconned all the way around the thing, there was no assurance that the enemy hadn't moved in where I started from. So it was ridiculous to try to do it. Plus there was two halves of it. And I thought the only way to secure this in any fashion for a pickup would be for me to set up at the narrow part so I could watch both halves. And that's what I did. And called in for the exfiltration, and so we were waiting for the choppers to come in, and this is one of those things where you do the right thing, you do it again, but at that particular time it turned out to be the wrong thing, because the communists started coming through, and it was one of those times. It was a mixture of Viet Cong and the NVA, and of course they look at that open field like I do as a danger area, and they don't want to get caught in that field by a plane or something, have bombs dropped on them. So they went around the far side, and they saw the narrow part where I was as the closest way to cross the danger area without getting seen. And they had a point element, probably I don't know, 8 to 12 people, and then I could see way behind them. I could see the sun glinting off of the wood stocks of the rifles, a larger element behind them. So anyway, they're going right over the top of me, and so I had the people just slide back into the muck. You know, it was like a swampy kind of a thing, and we just slid back as much of our bodies hidden as we can. And I could peek up and I could see the enemy. A bunch of them were clearly Viet Cong. They had the black and the straw hats, and they had their RPDs or SKSs over their shoulder, a little bit more sloppy because they thought they were in their own territory. The NVA that were with them were in the uniforms and the pith helmets, and their arms were ready because they were used to, you know, the war zone was South Vietnam. They were ready for enemy. And so I did a quick thought, if I have to fight these guys, I'm going to take the NVA first, and then with what I've got left, I'm going to engage the Viet Cong. And I was relatively certain that with us initiating the fight, I could take them out. But I didn't know what I would do with the rest of them. It would just be a matter of fighting them out or hoping that our airlift comes with support, you know, in time. And so anyway, we slid in, and again, it's the thing of kind of a prayer thing. And all of a sudden, that another plane comes zooming right over, and of course the MBA, we're at that spot where they were halfway starting across the big group. The other group was close enough. If I wanted to, I could probably slap a leg of a guy that was close, just getting ready where I have to start wiping them out. And they heard that plane, and they took off running, and the lead element just tore off running. And then we ducked down, and I couldn't see what the other half was doing, but I could hear the running on the ground. And I gave it, you know, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes or something. Finally, I dared to peek, and the whole area was empty. And so they had run across the narrow area, missed us, and went off into the jungle. And of course, we're half hour out at most from a pickup. And so I thought, well, I want to go see where those guys went. And so we went over to where they took off running, and I found a pant leg. You know, how they would take a pant leg and they tie off the ends and fill it with rice, and they could put it over their shoulders. That would be the rice food. One of the guys lost that. And then I found a magazine for AK-47 that somehow fell out of his rifle, and I got that. And it was kind of a chuckle in a way, because these guys are going to go to a firefight, and the guy's not going to have a magazine in his gun, you know. But it's interesting. You get back and get debriefed by the major. And I'm assuming that they would have acted on it, somehow called in bombs or something on that headquarters. But to do so, he wouldn't be able to tell his headquarters what he was doing, because they would have put a nix on it.
So you never heard what happened?
Never heard.
So back to the booby trap. Mm-hmm. In your book, you talked about there was a grenade in a can.
Yeah.
And all the movies about Vietnam, punji sticks, the grenades, that was in South Vietnam. They saw the grenade. Anytime in your missions across the fence, did you come across booby traps?
Never found booby traps overseas, but that's their backyard. So they didn't, the closest to a booby trap would be an ambush on an open area. So it got to the point at the end, if you can imagine the eastern half of Laos and Cambodia, that every single opening in the jungle or the forest that is wide enough for a helicopter to land, they had an outpost of people watching that. And I mean, how many thousands of soldiers were guarding every single opening in the wood, which is why we started various ways of infiltrating. One was to rappel in, and another one was to drop a bomb and then land on top of the bomb. And the bomb would blow off, you know nobody's alive under it, and then you would walk from there, from the bomb site. And you had to get away as quickly as you could. It was difficult because as soon as the bomb went off, all the trees and the shrubs and everything would be interwoven like pickup sticks. You had to get through that stuff. And then a lot of times, having done so, usually you wait and listen for enemy. And if it looks clear, then you dismiss your assets. You can say, team, good day. You know, that means goodbye, we're doing okay. And then a lot of times the enemy wants to know what happened too. So they'll send patrols out there to the bomb where you just came in on, trying to see if they lost anybody or lost a building or whatever it would be. So actually that place that was safe for 20 minutes is now a danger area, you know.
Your next mission was Lima 50. However, before that mission, can you tell the audience about Colonel Robert Rolt?
I guess there's even a backstory before Colonel Rolt, but we had moles. We had a project, even to go before that. We had a project that was kind of like SOG, CNC, called Project, I think it was 57, Gamma, Project Gamma. And Gamma was a very lucrative project. We had enemy agents, we had double agents, we had reconnaissance teams, we had a lot of individual people, we had reaction forces. It was very, very close to what we did in CNC. At one point, they said that we were responsible for 75% of all intelligence gathered in Vietnam. So it was a very, very lucrative program. And paid for out of the CIA funds like CNC was and all that, run by the Green Berets. And anyway, we started losing teams and people and so forth, and to the extent that somebody was knowing what we're doing. Now, we never told the Vietnamese about the project. Project Gamma, that's the third letter of the Greek alphabet. Beta Gamma is the third letter of the Greek alphabet. I wonder if it's kind of one of the early ones. Anyway, they started losing teams and all that kind of a thing, to the extent that they canceled the whole program, as lucrative as it was. And they knew there was a mole, but they couldn't figure out who it was. Anyway, a line unit was a raiding of Viet Cong headquarters. Was a successful mission, and in the process of going through the headquarters, they found a whole bunch of photographs of a certain man who was being awarded, decorated, a hero of sorts, on the same level as the commanding officer of the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese. And he just so happened to was Mr. Chuan, who was the guy who was actually hiring people to go into Gamma, and he was sending the teams out. And he was the one who was privy of all information, in particular those for the missing teams. So very, very clearly they just said Chuan was a double agent. So somehow they wanted to get Chuan. They wanted to know what the communists knew about us and all that kind of thing, how much they had learned from torturing our agents and all that. So the problem was how to get Mr. Chuan back. So they invented another project in which it was going to be like Project Gamma, and Mr. Chuan was invited somehow to come back and be a part of that. And so Chuan thought, well, I'm going to do the same thing with this new project that I did with Project Gamma. So he comes back to Special Forces grabs him. And in the process of time, they interview him. They give him sodium pentothal, which is truth serum. And they give him the lie detector test, the polygraph, and all that kind of a thing. And they interview him. And sure enough, Chewin was the double agent. And so anyway, they asked him to cooperate, tell us, what he has told the enemy and everything. He said, I'm not going to cooperate with you Americans. So here's a double agent, anyway, a double agent and so forth is not entitled to Geneva Convention by any means. So anyway, they go to the CIA. Now the CIA had a program. It was started off by being called Phoenix, the Phoenix program. Later on, it got changed to Provisional Reconnaissance Unit because they got kind of compromised. So typical of any intelligence unit, you keep changing the names. So they go to Project Phoenix or PRU, PRU, and they say, we've got Mr. Chewin, he's a double agent, and we want to turn him over to you guys. And anyway, Project Phoenix says he's not going to cooperate. He's no good to us. And of course, their job is to eliminate the fifth column, which we talked about. And so their job is to liquidate these guys. That's what they did that to the tune of at least a couple hundred of them a year. So anyway, the head, and I forgot his name, of Project Phoenix, he says, that's your problem. He says, well, the Special Forces guys said, well, what should we do with them? And he says, liquidate with extreme prejudice, of course. Now, the levels of eliminating enemies is eliminate with prejudice, eliminate with extreme prejudice. Eliminate with prejudice means you ruin his effectiveness. Like if he was a congressman, you would prove he was a drug addict and a communist or something like that. Well, anyway, liquidate with extreme prejudice means kill him. And they said, of course. So Prue, whose job it was to eliminate these guys, dumped them back in the lap of Special Forces. So anyway, our people did that. So they one night they take Mr. Chewin, they jack him up with morphine and I forget what the other thing is that basically makes you unconscious. And they go to the harbor. And I talk about it quite a bit in my book, where I kind of make it like a Sherlock Holmes thing with a foggy night and a dog barks and a guy in an abandoned building coughs because of his TB, and they look all around and they get him into this boat, and they haul him out to sea where the river meets the sea, and where all the sharks are milling and so forth, and they lift up Chewin out of the boat high enough so that they can shoot him in the head without putting a hole in the boat. They lift him up, shoot him twice in the head, and I think it was a Colt Woodsman, I think it is. At one point it said that Mr. Baker had the gun at the end of the war and with a silencer, and they popped him, put him back in the sack and dump him overboard, end of Mr. Chewin. And so they figure that's the end of the story, go on to the next project. Well, somehow Abrams, he was the commanding officer of all Vietnam, hated Special Forces, and heard about the story. And he said, this is my chance to do in the Special Forces. And the head of Phoenix threw Special Forces under the bus and said, yeah, they killed him. Colonel Rowe was new in country. He was our new commander of 5th Special Forces Group. Had only been in country for 2 months, and actually wasn't a part of the actual decision to eliminate Chewin. But nonetheless, Abrams arrests Colonel Rowe, his major, and 6 other people in Special Forces, and basically is going to put them on a trial in Vietnam, destroy the effectiveness and reputation of Special Forces, arrest them for murder and all this stuff. He does not want them to send to the States where they would be tried, because they would probably not be guilty of murder, and it would be a military trial, not a civilian one. So anyway, he's indeed determined he's going to take care of it all right there in Vietnam. They go into the connexes in Long Binh Jail, the stockade, puts them all in these connexes and incognito in a way, and decides to have a public trial and not necessarily execute them, but whatever it takes to eliminate special forces, because he doesn't like us. So they arrest these guys, and long and short, we had opportunities to spring them out of Long Beach jail. We had a chance, and I put it in the book, where some of our people were going to spring them. And Colonel Rowe says that they can't possibly put a trial on us. How can they charge us with this stuff? And so he says, we'll stick it out. But anyway, I let the word out to some officers who were assigned by Rowe. I didn't tell them, but I was talking to other people loud enough that these guys could hear that we're going to spring Colonel Rowe from Long Beach jail. And I said, we got a couple of the Mike forces are ready to go, and our people in the FOB are ready, and we've got a couple thousand special forces guys who are going to go spring them. So the next day we hear the word that they've been exfiltrated to the States out of our reach. Turns out it was a lie, that they actually were just moved in a different place in Long Beach. But anyway, it was so that we wouldn't go get them and we wouldn't assault it. Which enters Lima 50, our mission. And of course, as a Christian, I pray for Colonel Rowe, and I pray for our people all the time, you know. And so anyway, we're on Lima 50, and we get into the this mission, which is intelligence and, you know, all the things that we normally do. And we're behind the enemy lines pretty deeply at Lima 50, and it's in Cambodia. And we are in combat within the first half hour. We dismiss our people, and almost right away we had combat, and it was continuous combat in contact with the enemy for more than a day, until the next afternoon, till we're taken out. About an hour into it, we're maneuvering, and quiet. We're moving so quiet. We know the enemy is alert to us because we hear a gunshot and all that, and we see evidence of trackers. So we're moving really, really quietly. We're not breaking a twig. We're just perfectly quiet. And we stop for a listening break, and no sooner do we do it, and 15 feet away, there's trackers. And my man, my tail gunner, Ba, he gets my attention. He's VC, you know, and he fires up the first one, and kills the tracker. And he's kind of alert, because I can see him laying on the ground, see his boots there, and the dead NVA. And he says, two VC. He only saw one go down. And we know there's another Viet Cong just feet away. And Bob Garcia runs over, and he looks and looks, and the three of us are looking for this other VC. And finally, Bob Garcia sees his feet sticking under the vegetation. So he pops him with an M79 grenade launcher, and the guy goes down. And then it starts from then on, and it was firefight, evading, all that stuff. The enemy is doing the signal shots, shooting at us occasionally. And then a little bit later on, we come into an area of a high-speed trail, and there's a bunch of NVA there, and we fire them up, and a bunch of them go down. There's 3 in one section, and I fire up 2 of them, and 2 of them go down. The third one is got his rifle on me, and he's still shooting. He's missing, and I'm changing magazines because I got a 20-round magazine. They got 30-round magazines in an AK. So he's got 10 more rounds in his gun. And so I'm reaching to change magazines, and as I'm changing a magazine, he lets off his last burst, and it takes off my fingers. It takes off the end of these 3 fingers, blows the fingernails backwards, and then blows the knuckle out of the forefinger, and then the middle finger is just hanging by some skin. And I'm trying to reload as quick as I can, and I'm getting this finger flopping in between it and the rifle, and finally get the rifle changed. Bob Garcia runs up to me, and I think Novi, I think, was on the front, and he's up front, and we put the guy down. And then Ken Worthley, who was the 1-0 at that point, runs over and we put an ace bandage around my hand. And only the tip of my little finger and my thumb are exposed. So that's how I do the fighting the rest of the day and a half. So we evade and all that kind of a thing and hide from the enemy. And we're putting, they got dogs, tracker dogs, the bloodhounds chasing us. And so Bob Garcia and I both had CS powder, which is like tear gas. And we put that powdered CS on our trail and it messes up their nose for a little while at least. And finally we come into an RON where we remain overnight, and we spread out on a little line, and on my end of the RON, I'm hearing the enemy better than on the other end. And I'm hearing during the night, you memorize things. I got 4 Claymore mines in front of me, and I got the clickers here. So I with my good hand, I can push the plungers down and blow up 4 Claymore mines and wipe out whoever's coming up that hill. But I can hear the trucks coming. And at one point I can hear tailgates, that kind of a sound coming up, so that they're lining up below the hill on us. And anyway, and I can see the truck lights just real dimly coming over the next hill. And so I know there's a whole bunch of them coming up the hill. So anyway, Ba is next to me, and then I had another one of my Vietnamese, and Ba comes up to me and whispers in my ear, "Buku VC, Buku VC." And of course, he didn't have to tell me. I could hear him just very, very quietly coming through the bushes, and hear the dogs. And I don't know if the other end of our RON could even hear it or knew they were happening. But anyway, at my end of the thing, that we were all ready for bear, and I kept praying that God, plug the noses of these bloodhounds, because there's always a chance they can come right through us without me having to blow the Claymore mines and us engage in a firefight. And sure enough, they went right through my position. The bloodhounds didn't smell us, and they went through us and got by on the other side. So that's how we passed the night. And then next morning, Ken Worley gives us a direction. We start sneaking away, and we bump into another high-speed trail. And we set up along the trail, and we were going to continue the mission, even with my hand. And we line up on side this trail, and all of a sudden, all kinds of enemy come down the trail, and we have to fire them up, because they know we're around. They got the bloodhounds and all. So we fire them up, and we put them all down. Every one of them goes down. And we ran out through the ambush site, and there are 2 in particular, and Bob is running with me, and Worley and Bob Garcia are there. We ran over there, and Bob is saying, they know no Viet Cong, no Buck Viet. No North Vietnamese, Buck Viet is North Vietnam. No Buck Viet, not Buck Viet. He said, and they Chinese. And we looked, and they were colonels. Both of them were colonels. And they were couriers, and they had that satchel. And the satchel was full of money. It had top secret orders, had 80 pages of top secret orders to be given to their people on the next assaults that they were giving. Let's see, had the money, had the locations of 2 underground factories and 1 underground field hospital located in the tunnel system, the Kuchi tunnels and stuff. And he was giving direct awards to these people, but he had to know how to find the tunnel entrances, so he had the coordinates of how to find them. So we had that. He had the names of over 50 NVA soldiers who shot themselves, like in the legs and stuff, so they wouldn't have to be in the final charge at Ben Het and be killed in the charge. And so he was going to administer discipline. He had names of 50 NVA soldiers. He had 2 American ID cards for people that were missing or prisoners or something. And to this day, I don't know what the significance of the ID cards were. And some other things in there, I forgot what they were. But it turned out that ultimately it was the highest intelligence find of the war.
And in that list, which brings us back to Colonel Rowe, is that he had a list of all the spies that he was going to pay off in 2 provinces in Vietnam. And so it really, Dinh Bien province and Kontum province, which would be like 2 states in the United States. And he had a list of every agent that they had, and he, as a communist paymaster, was going to pay them their salary and whatever money that they had coming to them. And on that list of people he was going to pay off was Mr. Chuan, the man that Colonel Rowe had been charged with murdering, which exonerated him. It said that indeed that Mr. Chuan was not a Vietnamese citizen, he was a communist double agent.
We collected the satchel. That was one thing, and then we undressed the NVA for intelligence. So we took their boots, their pants, the shirt, a snippet of hair, anything of intelligence value. If you had a wallet or anything like that, then we undressed them, put them in a bag that we had, and all this time we're under fire. The enemy has found us and all that. They're firing grenades, grenade launchers, RPGs. Bullets are going through the leaves, and we're undressing these people. And anyway, we collect all of this stuff, and then we maneuver from the area as quickly as we can, and try to get to an LZ or something, because we've got massive intelligence. So we're working our way to an LZ, being chased by the enemy, and things are getting wild. But anyway, contact the FOB, tell them we need an immediate extraction, they direct us to an LZ. They say, okay, get to the closest LZ. They give us a suggestion, and we start heading for the LZ. And we get to that LZ, and we've got the bag of intelligence, we've got the satchel, and anyway, I get to the LZ, and the communists are chasing us, and they basically have us surrounded pretty big time. Woodley runs to me and says that they're coming up the other side. So I ran over there, and I stayed in that one place, and I held off Nick Ryan, who was shot 3 times in the chest and lived. You know, the ones that just had the welts on his chest, was actually the Covey rider that day. And I saw him at scuba school after the war, and he said at that point I held off 3 platoons of enemy there. And I was on my second rifle. I had the first one was destroyed, and I was on the second rifle, and they're coming like crazy. And someone on the other end needed my rifle more, and so I had the colonel, the enemy colonel's rifle, and I was holding off the enemy with the enemy's rifle. And I was shooting with a thing with it, you know, aiming, and had it up to my cheek, and a bullet went through between my 2 good fingers on the left hand, and went through the comb of the rifle and shot the rifle in 2. I wound up back with a third rifle, and we were holding off the enemy and so forth. All of a sudden, I heard my name, and the fighting was horrendous. I could actually, it's hard to explain, but when you have an extremely loud, horrendous firefight, and then you can hear a small thing, it's kind of an anomaly you can't explain. But I could hear grass being mowed by bullets. And I don't know why your mind brings these things up, but I could see the grass falling down. Heard my name, Hanson, which was given to me by the Chinese, Hanson, the Han Dynasty, and so forth. Anyway, it's Ba, my tail gunner, and he's standing up, and he's frantic, and he's yelling at me, Hanson, and I run toward him, and I say, you know, what's going on? And he says, Worthily, him die. And I looked down, and Worthily was shot through the neck and killed instantly. And a chopper was coming in, and so I told Ba, I says, hook him up, because I need to go back to where I was. And I said, hook him up, and I give the signals, you know, hook him up, get him out of here. And the satchel, I said, put down his shirt, open his shirt, put down the satchel, because I wanted the satchel out of there and I wanted Worley out of there. And I knew Bob would go too. So anyway, and I look around, I see nobody. I'm the only guy left. So anyway, I run back to my site. The chopper comes down, and Worley's body, Ba, and one other guy are exfiltrated out of there. And I don't see anybody else. And then next thing, Bob Garcia pops up. Dale, and he says, "Where's Ken?" And I run over and I said, "He's dead. He was shot in the neck." And I says, "I already sent his body out. He's gone." And then Bob Garcia, he starts yelling in the radio. He says, "I want 500-pound bombs. I want it 50 meters out. I want it now." And I could hear the pilot on the other side. He's yelling. He says, "I can't tell 5 meters from 500 meters from up here." And Garcia says, "I want it right now, and I want it 50 meters out." He said, "That's an order." And so all of a sudden they started dropping these bombs on us. And of course the communists, it was estimated that there was over 2,000 enemy around us, because they knew what we got. And so there was enemy all around us and so forth. And so they started dropping all these bombs. The enemy is shooting like crazy at us. The trees tops are coming down and everything else. And so you got the bombs coming out like crazy, and you can't stand up and everything. And then I don't see anybody. And so I figure I'm the only guy left on the ground. When I sent Ba and Worley out, I thought I was the only guy left. And so I says, "Get out of here, and I'll hold them off." So I'm on my end holding them off, and they're gone. Then all of a sudden I hear my name again, Hanson. And it's Bob Garcia. And the next pilot had come down with the chopper, and he descended. Garcia and Novi were hooked in already, and they said, "Hook up." And so I run over, and there were 3 ropes coming off the chopper. And just as I'm running up there, a bullet comes through one of the ropes, and it falls down. And it's like there's only 2 ropes left. And I run over there, and all of a sudden I realize I can't tie the knot. You have to tie a knot and put it in. So anyway, with my hand wrapped up, I make the biggest loop I can and pull the line in and hope it'll coil into a knot, like an overhand knot. And I snap it into my link. And as I'm doing that, I get shot again, this time in the back of the head. It doesn't knock me out. I can feel it, and I remember the sound it made. And I reach back with my other hand, and I pull out the shrapnel. It went into my skull. But I'm alive, and I'm coherent, and I'm functional, so that's okay. So anyway, the chopper starts lifting us off, and the fighting is so horrendous. The pilot doesn't lift until he clears the trees, but he takes off horizontally, and he drags us through the trees, and we're about to be pulled in 2. And I'm the bottom guy on the rope, so I'm hooked up in the trees, and I know either the chopper gets pulled down or he's going to cut us loose and leave us. So anyway, I pull my K-bar and I'm cutting as fast as I can. I got my rifle over the bad hand. I'm cutting as fast as I can, and finally it gives, and I can just see just spring free. And so next minute, I'm 5,000 feet in the air, and I can see the ground all around us is all explosive and white and explosions and the napalm type flame and all that stuff. And then we're going, and I start to spin. Because I'm not hooked up to anything, and so I'm spinning round and round and round and round as far as the rope will go, and then I unspin, and I'm just sick, just totally sick, and and it feels like my rope is breaking, and I'm 5,000 feet up in the air, and I'm looking out. It's pretty terrifying, and somehow I grab as high as I can with that hand, and I just got a death grip. It's like ultimately I'll be holding on for 45 minutes with one hand on this rope, holding it doesn't break. And then the plane, or the helicopter, is it's about run out of fuel. He spent enough time on target that he can't go around, and there's a storm, and he can't go around it because of lack of fuel, so he goes right through it. And those rain or almost frozen rain pellets hit you like spikes. It's just painful, you know, and we're getting slammed through that. And then wind up at Dock Peck, and then the chopper descends into Dock Peck, and then Norman Doney and Mike Buckland were there. They flew in from the FOB to greet us there, and I'm sick. I can hardly talk, and I think the first thing I said to Doney and Mike Buckland was, "Worthily him die, worthy he's dead," you know. And I could hardly say the words. It was like I hadn't had water in my mouth for a year. You know, you just couldn't open your mouth, and I couldn't even speak it. And I just said, "Worthy's dead, you know, Worthy's dead. I know, Dale, we got his body." And then I said, Satchel, and we got it. And I don't know if they got it out of Ken Worthy's shirt like we expected, or if Bob Garcia retrieved it from Ba or what. But anyway, they got the satchel, and it wound up being the highest intelligence find in the war from any small unit. You know, it was difficult to lose Ken Worthy, but what we had gained was immensely valuable too.
So you found the biggest intelligence war, as you just said, from a small unit.
Mm-hmm.
What medals or citations did you guys get for retrieving that information?
Yeah, just a bronze star is all we got.
That's it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So after Lima 50, your hand was shot up pretty good. You took a round in the head. Can you tell us about your hospitalization?
Sure. Initially, they took us to Pleiku Field Hospital, and it was actually on a bed right next to the one of the doors to get out, so I could sneak out if I wanted to. But it was a peripheral thing. They checked out the head wounds and so forth. I had a hard time walking because I was dragged through the trees. You know, my legs were mostly asleep, and with the hand, it took a day, and finally they brought me to a back room, and they had two doctors, one on either side, and they were talking as if I wasn't even in the room. And the one doctor, a younger one, was telling the older doctor that they would split my hand open and take out the entire middle bones, and then suture the hand together, and no one would know that I was missing a finger, but they would destroy a perfectly good hand for aesthetics, you know. And finally I said, "You're going to do what?" And the young doctor says, "Yeah, we're going to take the bone out of the middle of your hand and suture it together." And I says, "You would suture and destroy a perfectly good hand for the sake of a finger?" And I says, "You're not." And he says, "Well, young man, we decide. We're the doctors. You're the property of the hospital and of the United States government, and we decide." And I said, "That's my hand." And I said, "You won't touch it." And he says, "Well, we decide that." And I you know, in a certain amount of anger to stop him, I said, "If you touch my hand, I'm going to kill you." And the guy was just exasperated and burst out of the room. And the senior surgeon said, "We're going to have you up on charges, and we'll court-martial you for you can't threaten an officer." And basically, I said, "You know, I'm just a crazed Green Beret who just got out of the field, and I don't know what medicine you've given me in my head, but what do you think I'm going to do?" And he left the room. And the next thing I know, I'm on a plane to Japan, away from them. and anything that I might do. So I went up in Japan, landed in Tokyo. It takes about 2-3 hours to load the plane because it's full of wounded people. And those of us who weren't horribly bad like me, we were sitting in chairs. And then you would normally put your small suitcases inside the airplane. They had stretchers and O-rings all across the whole length of it. And they would hoist people over our head and hang them from stretchers above, and they would be in the beds. It was probably about a 4 or 5 hour flight to Tokyo. Get off Tokyo and dense city. They put us aboard helicopters, and I assume, looking out the window, that eventually I'm going to see the outskirts of Tokyo and then the beginning of countryside, then finally Yokohama, where I'm going to wind up in a hospital. And actually it was solid city for 200 miles, never let up at all. And landed in Yokohama. Then they put me in an amputation ward. And it was set up like a dormitory, a barracks. We had rows of beds on one side, rows of beds on the other, and a nurse's station in the front. And it was several days until they could take care of us and bring us into surgery. But eventually the day came, and kind of an interesting thing, because it was like clockwork, because they were going to do the entire barracks at one time. And I don't know how many of us were in there, 20, 30 at least, maybe more, 40. But anyway, a nurse would come down and with a clipboard and followed with another doctor, and then it goes bed to bed to make sure you were in the right place. And then they would come down shortly after that and give you a sedative to make you a little bit more drowsy, so you didn't care so much. And then they would come by and give a block. In my case, I had a block under my arm. That was a nerve block to block feeling to the hand. And a lot of people, it was the first time they really saw the extent of their injuries, and were horrified and just, crying and weeping because of how awful the wounds looked. But anyway, then they would come by with the clipboard again, this time with a magic marker, and they would put a dotted line around the part that was going to be cut off. And then the beds started disappearing around the corner. They would take them in order, 1, 2, 3, and so forth, and they would start sliding the beds down the back wall by the nurse's station. And then you take a right, go down the hall, and then as you went down the hall, there were 2 operating rooms. In each operating room, there was 2 beds, and at each bed were 2 surgeons. So there were 4 surgeons in each room, 2 rooms. So you had 4 people being amputated on at the same time. And the lines would get shorter and shorter, and finally I'm in the hallway, and I'm actually seeing inside one of the operating rooms, and I see one of the surgeons obviously cut off something that was heavy, and he tossed it into the wastebasket. I watched the wastebasket skid across the floor. And so I'm next, and I'm probably the least wounded of the people, because it's just my hand, So I go in there, and they start to work on the hand, and there are 2 surgeons, and all of a sudden it's hurting. It hurts a lot, and I says, "Hey, I don't think that took effect." I says, "I know exactly what you're doing," and one surgeon looks at the other and says, "He can't feel that, can he?" And the other surgeon lifts my hand way up in the air like that and drops it, and it falls onto my chest. And he said, "Nah, he can't feel that." So they continue on, and they scrape away the gristle and all that stuff, and I could feel him stitch it tight like a baseball bat, like a baseball. And so I'm done, and then I get in the surgery and so forth, or in the recovery room, and people are in different stages of recovery. Some are looking at the foot of the bed where they once had 2 feet, and now there's an empty space, and they're convincing themselves that they still have 2 feet or 2 legs, and it's kind of interesting. And I think I was in Japan for a month, and tried to occupy my mind. They wouldn't let us into town because we had open wounds, and so And the next thing is simply waiting for a ride to the States. And went to Fitzsimmons Hospital in Denver, which they thought was the top of the line hospital because President Eisenhower was in there. Well, Eisenhower hadn't been in there for 20 years, and it had decreased in its function and ability and appearance because it was really run down and kind of an awful place. But I spent a month in there, and then finally they were going to send me to Fitzsimmons Hospital in North Dakota because it was closer to my hometown. But it's Air Force, not Army. And so they said they won't know what to do with you, but here you are. So when I was in that hospital, the commander of the base and the newspaper and stuff, they gave me my decorations and stuff, and spent a few weeks in there, and then they put me into a veterans facility because they really didn't know what to do with an Army guy. And we were simply waiting for orders to let me go home for convalescent leave. And anyway, the moment I went into the doorway of the veterans home, it smelled strong urine and so forth, and the people were half comatose in their beds and moaning, and you'd say hello, and they barely acknowledged that you were there. A very, very depressing place, and I tried to make contact and talk to people, and it was that you weren't even there. And when mealtime came, they would hungrily eat with their elbows on the table, just bent over the meals, and then go back to bed and go back to sleep. But that was their life. But finally, my orders came, and I flew back to Minnesota and my home. And my dad was on midnight shift, so he was asleep in the bed and wanted to surprise everybody, and they didn't know I was coming. We got a taxi and got home, and it was kind of cold. And I went into the room, and I tapped my dad. He was asleep, getting ready for the midnight shift, and I said, "Dad, it's me, I'm home." And remember my dad, I wanted to shake his hand as well, and he wouldn't take my hand because he knew I was hurt. You know, his son was hurt and didn't want to touch the spot, but he knew what war was like, having spent 3 or 4 years against the Japanese in World War II. That was it. I spent some time in convalescent leave, had to go back to Minot, North Dakota to sign in every few weeks, and then when my orders came back for Vietnam, then I was on my way.
Convalescent, you were able to, going back to Vietnam, you were able to travel extensively, correct?
Right. I guess there's a certain sense of trust and honor that they had because I had signed up myself when I was in Fitzsimmons Hospital to go back to Vietnam. I did all the orders and all that stuff. And what they did is they said, I pick one spot in the world as a delay en route, and we'll do your tickets and all that stuff. So I put my finger in International Falls, Minnesota, and then the other hand on the other side of the globe, and it was basically Cape Town, South Africa. And so I immediately decided every single place that the plane would land, I would get out and travel. So I had a list of names of relatives in Norway and Sweden, and then in Germany, and then I would go and try to visit them. But I got as far as London, and typical London, they had a airline strike, and so no planes went coming or going for quite some time. So I spent too much time in London, and then basically traveled the world. Greece, Rome, Africa, and so forth, and I just had a wonderful time seeing the world, which I would never have been able to do otherwise.
Dale's book, Born Twice, his adventures in all these places are more detailed, and it's one about in his time in Africa is just outstanding. The adventure he had there, people we met, the the sites that he's seen. It puts you right there in Africa. So it's worth even reading the book for his adventures traveling around the world. So you returned to Kontum, CCC. So how long were you away from the time you were wounded to the time you got back?
It's about 5 months.
Okay, that's not long at all.
No. Yeah, and my hand was still sore. Like to try to do pull-ups or something, it really ached and hurt. So I wasn't totally ready yet.
Did you have to do a physical to get back into a SOG, or, I mean?
No, they did. And actually, my legs were messed up, from being dragged through the trees. And of course, you couldn't see that from the outside. If I sat for any amount of time, I would get cramp, or I couldn't feel them at all. So it took quite a few years for that to get normal.
Was there any time the military said, "Oh, you're done. You can't go back in the military"?
No.
Oh,
No.
Had CCC changed at all?
It did. It's kind of hard to put your finger on, but there was a definite feeling that, I don't want to say things were winding down because CNC was still going full blast, but you still had that sense that there's something different in the war. Even coming from the airport, the main bridge in Kontum had been blown up, and we went across by the floating those sea docks that they have, and traffic was one way and things like that. And coming in, a lot of our ranks of special forces were replaced by Rangers, and it's not at all to diminish their heroism and contribution, but it's, in order to do the function of special forces, understand it, you had to be special forces, go through the schools and all that kind of thing. And it was different. Even the mindset of going on the mission was different. A Ranger versus special forces. Americans were pulling out of Vietnam. 4th Infantry was the last division in 2 Corps, and they were going. And Vietnamization was going heavy. They wanted very much so. Well, Congress was running the war instead of the military, and they wanted Vietnamization to work, the Vietnamese to replace us and take over the war effort and so forth. And there was a strong feeling by some of the people that don't go straight back to Recon. Take some time, sit back, see if it's really what you want, see if it was the same. I was there for the duration of the war. I wanted to win it, and I would do what I could to do that. But it seemed kind of apparent that even though we were winning all the battles, Congress was giving the communists the country, which is the sad thing. That's a betrayal, the ultimate betrayal of the 58,000 who died there.
You were assigned to the S2 shack. Can you tell what happens in the S2 shack and what it is?
S2 is intelligence. Just like any military units that divide up, S1, S2, and so forth. And of course, on the high levels, it's G1, G2, and so on. S1 is in personnel, 2 is intelligence, 3 is operations, 4 would be supply or something else. S2 is the intelligence part, and where you gather the information, you brief teams as they're going out. You might even get along with operations and say, this is what we really need to find out. And so with operations, you lay on a mission, and it would be through SOG headquarters or the head, the colonel in charge of SOG. But S2 briefed the teams on intelligence matters, and sometimes got their own intelligence. And the whole intelligence had to do with, the whole operation had to do with that particular aspect of running a war. And so in my case, I started out briefing the teams, laying out the intelligence for missions, briefing them, debriefing them when they came back from the missions to find out what they learned, passing it on. We had the photo lab that came out of our intelligence people. They would develop film and cameras and stuff like that. So it was that whole aspect of intel.
So debriefing a team, we've heard before that every bit of information, regardless helmets, clothing, haircuts, etc., was those kind of questions were asked, and most SOG guys knew how to debrief. But were there some people that just were kind of stubborn about it, or?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, the new bunch, would go out, they'd get in a firefight, and they thought mission accomplished. They went out there, they fought the enemy, they came back, when actually their job was to get intelligence. It was to avoid the firefight, you know, or break the contact and try to continue the mission. So that certain amount of time started to decline where we were really providing top intelligence. We were missions were being abbreviated before the actual mission was finished and accomplished. You might have sent them out to find what traffic is going down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and they might get in a firefight and not even make the trail. But you know, not realizing that the mission failed in that sense. And there were too many times where people engaged the first enemy they saw and started bringing them back.
April 1st, 1970, CCC was attacked by a Sapper element. Can you tell the audience what happened that night?
Yeah, interesting. We pretty much stopped. In some regards, we were impregnable because of our reputation. Like our kill ratio was like 187 enemy killed to one of ours. You know, we were quite feared and everything before that time. But 15 sappers snuck into our camp through the sewage chamber, the little culvert that was, you would have said, was too small for a human to go through, but braving the rats and the snakes in the sewer, 15 of them got in to our camp, and they had all the bombs and the grenades and explosive of every kind, and they at a set time they went through every building they could find of importance, and at a certain moment blew them off. It's kind of like CCN was attacked, but in our case no Americans were killed, but we lost 10 of our Mountaineer tribesmen, and not a single sapper was killed. They bombed the place, and when we tried to respond to it and find out where they were and engage them, they went out the same way and made their way up into the hills around Kontum. And we had a quick reaction force. I think Franklin Miller, who got the Medal of Honor, was one of them. And they pursued the enemy up the hill and lost them someplace up in the hills. But they blew up our TOC, our headquarters, and part of our S2 headquarters, and the Mountaineer Barracks, and a bunch of other buildings with the explosives. And it was definitely a surprise. It was difficult to react to because it was dark, completely dark. And coming from my hooch, we call it a hooch, coming from the hooch with my web gear and rifle, which I always had ready at all times, you weren't sure exactly where the enemy was. And when you saw other people on the compound, you don't know if they're enemy or friendly. And especially when the majority of your people are Asians to start with. You don't know who to fire on and all that stuff. You know, it's difficult knowing how to respond unless they're coming from a certain area. So basically you go to where the most action is, try to get there. Of course, the alternative would be to get to the perimeter in case you're being attacked at the perimeter. But in my case, I went to where the TOC was and tried to stop whatever was happening over there. And it was the next morning, I think, when basically I almost garroted myself and hung myself. We had a colonel in charge of our place that was replaced by General Abrams, who was an extremely poor leader, I think. And in the morning, it was getting daylight, and I saw him sitting at the flag place. He's just sitting on the concrete with his head between his, on his head in his hands with his elbows on his knees, just leaned over and kind of collapsed. And I assumed that the talk or something was the next thing that needed to be cleared of enemy, and just to make sure, because he didn't look like he was with it. And so just to make sure we were on the same page and I could probably bring him to reality, I went over and I said, "Sir, what would you like me to do?" And he just looked up, and the first thing he saw as his head raised was the talk. He says, "Clear the talk," which was a full basement and a full first story building, and we had all kinds of buildings in there. The commo center was there, intelligence was there, office buildings were there. And you'd probably want a half a dozen people or more, but anyway, I went in there, and it was a fire. It was burning, and the coals were there, and I'm walking in the debris, and everything crunches on your feet. You can't be quiet. And I would get to a doorway, and I would spin in the doorway with the rifle and be ready to shoot anything that was in there. And I checked out 2, 3, 4 rooms that way. And just as I was about to spin left and clear a room, I heard a pop in the right. And so I changed direction. I burst into the one on the right, hearing something in the right. And as I did, a garrote went around my neck. And I assumed that the guy stuck up behind me and was choking me to death. So I butt stroked, and there was nothing there. And I spun around the other way, and I tried to nail him with the barrel of the rifle, figuring I could even pierce him with that. And I did that 2 or 3 times. I moved my hips and tried to do it. I tried to back up and maybe do a karate throw, and it was getting tighter and tighter around my neck. And then finally, all of a sudden, I realized as I moved a certain way, it lightened up. And then I just happened to notice that it was still dark, and inside anyway. And I noticed it was electrical wires hanging from the ceiling, and everything was burning and stuff. And so when I burst into the room, my neck went into one of those hanging electrical wires, and I was actually garroting myself. It was just kind of embarrassing, and I never really told anyone, but it's what happens in war, the craziest things, and sometimes you make the mistake on yourself.
So the talk's generally manned 24/7. No one was injured in the talk?
No, not a single American was wounded or hurt in the entire camp. 10 Montagnards, and I think it was because they were throwing grenades into the barracks. That's the extent of our injuries.
You became an aviation spotter and photographer. Can you tell us about that assignment?
Right. It's a program that was unique to CCC. I don't think North and South had it. It was called Fort Drum, and it was a top secret thing. It was done with two airplanes, bird dogs. There would be an Army pilot in the front seat of each one, and one of us Special Forces guys in the back seat. One of the 2 of us would fly at 5,000 and try to find targets, and then the other one would be at treetop level, and sometimes even lower than that. And we would be directed by the upper plane, who could direct us to where they saw something of interest. And so we would look for truck parks, bomb damage assessment, new buildings, construction, just anything that was part of the enemy infrastructure, troop movements, new trails where the grass was bent, or not the grass, the leaves were bent over the top of the trails and things like that. And it's quite dangerous. Only a half a dozen of us did it. And it was so successful that a lot of the missions obviated the necessity of putting in a recon team on the ground, because we found the information from 10 feet above the trees. And the morning I did it, I was still doing intelligence briefing and debriefing and setting up the intelligence, and we were in the same room. And anyway, one of the Fort Drum guys, the talk was burnt, and all of a sudden Mike Buckland was going to take the mission. that we had to do that morning. And anyway, a sergeant first class was assigned to us, had never been on a Fort Drum mission before, and he says, I'm taking that mission. And Mike was telling him, he says, that's a really dangerous target. And he says that not one to go on your first mission. And he says, well, I wear the stripes, I'm going. And then Mike warned him, he says, if you see something, don't go back for a second pass. He said, don't go back again. Because what happens is you're flying so low that they don't have enough reaction time to get up and shoot because you're out in the clearing before they can get the gun out. But if you come back again, they're ready for you. And anyway, he didn't listen, and he was shot in the head and killed that morning within a couple hours of that. And I remember that the major that was in charge of that went over to where his desk was and picked up his dog tags, because we go sterile. And he picked up his dog tags and went to his office with his dog tags, and then he came out to the rest of us to say that he had just been killed. So I went in to the major and said, I'll take his place. I'll do the bird dog stuff, the Fort Drum. And so for the next few months, I was doing the Fort Drum missions, and very, very lucrative. Finding a trail, like a new road or something. You might see a reflection of the sun on some glass, and it's the windshield of a truck. You might find another one a couple hundred feet farther down the road and stuff, and you start connecting the dots, and you say, that's got to be a new road. And you go a little bit farther, well, there's a stream, there has to be a bridge across it. And you start studying that bridge, and all of a sudden, the creek or the river is a different color in a certain section. You realize it's an underwater bridge. So it was pretty innovative on the communists, but they had the bridge, but it was just low enough under the water you couldn't see it. So we would connect all the dots and stuff, and then it would be sent to Saigon. They could decide whether to bomb or what to do. And we do a bomb damage assessment from the air, and you would see that everything was removed, the leaves, the trees, the grass, the ground was bare from the B-52 strike, and all the buildings and structures of that site were gone, but the trenches would still be there because that was above where the things were. So you could trace where the enemy camp was, and you could see where the storage facilities were, and you could see where things were missed, not hit. And then once in a while you might see a leg in a tree, or a body in a tree or something like that. And after taking the pictures and sending them off to Saigon and looking at with those steroid type glasses, you might find people on the edge of the field looking up at the plane. As the NBA, we're doing the same thing we were, going out on the old site, trying to find out how much damage and what could be saved. So it's a very powerful, interesting mission.
So when taking the pictures, were you actually putting the camera outside the window, or was there a special camera on the plane?
Yeah, it was outside the window, and I'd have my car 15 in one hand and a Leica, a Pendleton, I think it was, camera, and you could push a certain button, and it would be on automatic. It would go click, 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 click as you went by. So you could take a whole bunch of pictures at one time, which is good too if you want to see motion on the ground. Of course, that's dinosaur era compared to what we are in this day and age.
You use those little tiny pennies
Yeah,
that all the SOG guys carried?
that was it.
Yeah, wow. I thought for sure you guys would have a bigger lens camera or something.
No, not at all.
Okay, so you were attached to the 219th Aviation Company, aka Headhunters.
Yeah, we weren't attached to them. We were CCC.
Well, okay.
But they were the ones who supported us.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you flew with them. In your book, you said one of the pilots looked at you and he could tell by when you had your gear that you were Recon.
Yeah, and you don't realize how you telegraph it, but I would imagine if they spend time amongst line units and see how their gear is compared to a SOG man's gear, they'd know right off the bat that this is a different different species of human being out there. I think most of them had those little standard issue ammo pouches that only hold 2 or 3 rounds, 2 or 3 clips, you know, and maybe more canteens than ammo, you know. But he took one look and he said, "You're SOG," you know.
And they also said that if they're shot down and they're on the ground, you guys are in charge.
Yeah, the deal, like in SOG, it wasn't right conscious, it was experience conscious. So if you had a recon team and you were the more experienced one, you'd probably be the 1-0. And maybe perhaps as a staff sergeant, I would be a 1-0 of a recon team, but I might have a lieutenant or a captain who would be accompanying me as a 1-1. And because it's based on experience. And kind of the same through all of these various things.
So in this assignment, they taught you how to fly, is that correct?
Yeah. Especially when Armstrong was the guy's name that was shot in the head. When Sergeant Armstrong was killed, you know, and then I joined the unit. So Mike and I and Ted Rizarek went over to the airfield in Kontum where the bird dogs were. We met the other captains and lieutenants that were flying. And I think they were very clearly thinking, doing a mental after-action report of what happened earlier. And I think they said, you know, it could be just as easily that the captain who was flying the airplane was the one that was hit or wounded or whatever. And we need the guy behind us to be able to fly that plane too. So we had to learn to fly a bird dog airplane from the back seat with limited instrumentation. So the throttle, we had a thing on the side that we can uncover, and it had a throttle on it, so we could reach a throttle if we reached far. But for ailerons to lift the nose and so forth, there was a pipe that went along the floor, and it had holes in it, and we had a pipe that we got, and you could take that pipe and put it in the hole and screw it down, and that would give you ailerons to fly from in the front. But we didn't have anything yet that would help us to have control on the tail or to do crosswind. So what we had to come up with is to figure out how to get back after all the things of trying to put this metal pipe into a hole and reach for our throttle, was that we would use the door for a tail gunner. So if we had a crosswind and it was blowing us off the runway, we would use the door to keep the plane centered on the runway and fly. So we had to learn this, first of all on paper, and then we went and practiced it, and sitting down, and we went and practiced it for real, and until we could actually fly an airplane from the back seat.
Did you do that? Did you fly the plane and land it from the back seat?
I didn't land it. I could do it. I'm trying to think if I landed it or not. Certainly we covered everything. But yeah, the answer was yes. And they had the scary thing with it where the other pilot and the other guy pretended he was shot. We went into a high target. I went down as the low plane. He was the pilot. And the upper pilot was yelling. He says, "Hey, you're taking fire," you know, and I could see the flashes. And my pilot was saying, "Yeah, I can see it." And he's there, and he slumps forward against the yoke, and we go into a dive, and you know, I'm hit, you know, and all that kind of a thing. So and I'm looking, and we're not really close to the ground yet, but we're getting there quick. And I know if I don't do something, we're crashing. So I pulled him off the yoke, and then I got that bar and tried to get that tube into that hole when you're nervous as can be. And finally you get that into that tube, and then you got the throttle, and you push the throttle and pull that back, and you just barely clear the trees. And then I still think it's the real thing. And then I hear this voice, "Well, that was good, Dale. Welcome to the headhunters. you know, and that was my I guess my pilot's acceptance, you know, into the headhunters.
Is that Hatchet Force?
Yeah, it was not a joke. It was a real thing. But I'm certain if I was slow, he would have had to come up and keep us out of the trees.
What would you say, how many times did you fly across the fence on the headhunters, with the headhunters?
I probably had the least amount of the time. Probably 2-3 months. I think it's 2-3 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
And from that time, you wanted to get back into field, so then you requested assignment with the Hatchet Force.
Right.
Can you tell the viewers what a Hatchet Force is?
It goes by different names: Hatchet Forces, Task Force, Mike Force, and sometimes just by the company, A company, B company. But basically, instead of a recon element of, like say, less than a dozen people, we had platoons and companies of mercenaries, and usually they're populated by quite a few American special forces in the Western Montagnard tribesmen, about 100, 130 in a company, and fully strength. I remember Tailwind had 16 Americans on that one, but you like to have at least one American for a platoon, maybe a weapons guy, and maybe 1 or 2 for the squads. But in my when I went over there, there was only 3 of us, and there was only 2 when I went over, and we had a company of mercenaries. And when I went over there, there were 2 guys. One was the master sergeant, his name, and then there was a captain. And the 2 of them were all that were there. And so I went over there, and then the first sergeant was named Roberts, and he had 12 tours in Special Forces, which put him all the way back to the French. So he probably was doing Special Forces under the CIA with the black pajama bunch and all that stuff, where they got 6-month commitments and then they got resupplied by air and all that. And so he had experienced absolutely everything. Didn't think there was anything that would surprise him and so forth. He was just almost laissez-faire, lackadaisical in some ways. And then the captain was German, came from Germany, and I don't know if it was the Lodge Act or not, but an incredible guy. I don't know if we can talk about Otto Scorzini, but I discovered that I was getting the mail one time, for Roberts and the captain and I noticed, to see whose it was. I noticed the handwriting was like my grandma's, German, and so I looked at it, and the return address was Otto Scorzini, who was supposedly the best commando of all of World War II, and he was considered Germany's Scarlet. Well, the British called him the Scarlet Pimpernel, and he was the super commando of the German army, and Scorzini parachuted into Holland. He was wounded in Holland. He fought in Russia and got the Knight's Cross. He had 2 other Iron Crosses as well, wounded in Russia. He was the one who shot Churchill, but it turned out to be his double agent, his double. And but he shot him. He was going to shoot Churchill, Stalin, and Roosevelt at one meeting, and they heard about it and they canceled the meeting. He's the one who parachuted into Normandy, turned all the signs around, had his soldiers impersonate American soldiers. That was him. When we had Mussolini on the top of a mountain in an impregnable fortress, he was the one who sprung him out of there and got him out free. And he was the one who also kidnapped the son of Romania, the Romanian president's son, because he was considering leaving, being an ally of Germany and getting out of the war. And so he kidnapped the son so they could coerce the Romanian president to stay in the war. He was Eva Perón's personal bodyguard, and he was in Spain and this is just one guy, and he was in Spain, and Israel sent the Mossad out to kill him, ostensibly. They thought to kill him, and Scorsese found out about it, and he confronted Mossad agents about killing him. He said, no, we're not here to kill you. We want to hire you. Now, we want to hire you to get rid of these Egyptian scientists who are making an atomic bomb to drop on Israel. If you can, and Scorsese says, I don't need money. He says, but if you can get me off the hit list, the Nazi hit list, he says, I'll do it for nothing. And so within a month, all the Egyptian scientists were gone. And then it is said that he taught America on special warfare and commander warfare. And one of his students was my captain, Jaime Roche, and that was my captain. So when I'm in the field with him, it's as if I'm with Otto Scorsese, because everything Scorsese taught, my captain adopted as his operational technique. So interesting two guys. So we each took a platoon, the captain took a platoon, the first sergeant took a platoon, I took a platoon, and the other two guys were basically impregnable in their mind. And I think I was a little bit more with the idea that we could all be killed too. And so it's kind of the balancing half of this equation.
Your Hatchet Force is pretty light compared to other Hatchet Forces with Americans. Only have 3 Americans.
Yes, no, extremely light. We should have had triple or quadruple that. Okay. And as we were going on one of our missions, we had 2 more added on. I forgot the name of one of them, but the other one went by the code name Spanky, and as Dean Henricks was his name, and he was attached to, I think it was the captain's platoon, and he would have the mortars, so he would have mortar support and have all those people. So on this next one mission, and for some reason I don't recall a name for the mission or the title, the designator, like Alpha 1 or whatever it would be. But it was definitely across the fence, and a pretty hairy mission in most regards. We had on that one mission 17 times we were confronted with the enemy, either in a direct contact, a firefight, sniper fire, or something like that. But there were 17 times we engaged the enemy, and it was only a few days. Run a small base camp, things like that.
So can you tell us about your last mission?
I think that's probably the last one I remember. If I had more, I don't remember which it was. That was probably the last one.
Is that the one where you lost? You thought they went into the tunnels?
Yes.
And
yes, and that was early in the mission. There was a kind of an hourglass LZ with a long peninsula of trees and vegetation in between the two halves, but they were maybe half a mile wide, something like that, or wider. And anyway, the captain and the first sergeant were going to take 2 platoons and land on the far side. Then I would take my platoon and land on my side and set up a hasty ambush, and they were going to try and drive the communists through, and then my people would ambush them when they came through. And so I set up my outposts and cleared my area, and I wasn't totally comfortable that all the enemy are facing me, so I had some outposts behind me as well. But I had maybe about 30 people, and we set up an ambush, had my claymore mines out and all that kind of a thing, and set up for the enemy, and waited for them to come on the other side. I had plenty of time to get really good fields of fire, and have vegetation or even a bank of soil in front of us in our rucksacks. So we were fairly protected, against the enemy. We're probably upright. And anyway, I kept waiting and waiting and waiting for the enemy to come through. And then I saw a pair of deer come through the vegetation right in front of me. And the deer, rather than looking in my direction, were looking behind them. And then finally they hopped off to the side. So I knew something was driving the deer. So I figured enemy was coming pretty close behind. And then my radio was down to almost nothing. And I hear on the radio coming through, and we think the enemy is coming. So I got all my people ready, and anyway, 30 of us lined up, and then they come through. And I blow my claymores, and we engage the enemy and all that stuff. And I think we knocked down 12 enemy, and they come through, and I went forward real quick and checked for wounded and intelligence and stuff like that. And I saw blood trails, so there were wounded that got off on a trail system. So I went back to my position and waited for the team to come through. Warned my people that the next batch coming through are our guys, not the enemy. And so the rest of the team come through, and they said, "You got 12." And I said, "Well, they had some wounded, and they were going down that trail because I saw blood on the leaves." And so we started following down the blood trail, and we could follow where they were moving for quite a ways. And then all of a sudden, there was no sign whatsoever, and we kept on going, no sign. Somehow they disappeared en route, don't know where. And so I was telling the CO, the captain, perhaps tunnels, like the dugouts that they have a little lid on them and stuff like that. Perhaps they went into a tunnel system. So I went back with some of my people to look, and we looked and looked, and we just, my people, I had one of them who was ex-NVA, and I said, "I know a VCR here. This is the end of where our last sign was. There's nothing after. VCR gotta be here," and the North Vietnamese guy who was working for us, he said, "I know VC here, I know VC, no can see, no can see." And we looked and looked as carefully as we could. I looked for a place where the soil could be lifted up and it could come out, and I could not find anything whatsoever. But I also knew my captain was, he's an anxious guy. He wanted to get going. He wanted to engage the enemy, and just like Otto Skorzeny fighting in World War II, that was his mindset. So we linked up with him, and I told the captain, I said, I know about where they ended, but I don't know how to find them. We could wait. He said, "No, let's go on." So anyway, long and short, we had several firefights coming on, come across a road system, bare of vegetation that trucks could go up and down, and I knew there were a lot of enemy traffic there, and then there was a fork in the road, and it got to that time of night that we had to RON someplace, and we were losing aircraft, air support. We couldn't get air support if we engaged a big thing at that point, and it was time to just settle down for the night. And I suggested right there on the fork in the road, and so we did. And I slept, if you call it sleep. I spent the night right on the fork of a road. And it was so bare of traffic that I thought it could get run over by an enemy truck or stepped on by an enemy elephant. It was that sinister. And in the morning, I saw the fog and all that. My people are eating and everything, and the fog comes up, and it's kind of a white, how fog is, and it starts rising out of the valley down below us, and all of a sudden I see it's blue, it's not white. And I'm looking at that, and I said, "That's not fog." And then I got a whiff of smoke, and I said, "They got to be down there, down below." So I got the captain and the first sergeant, and I said, "I think the enemy are down below us." So anyway, we work our way down, and the alternative is, do we go right down the road and get ambushed? Do we go through the jungle, which is noisy and slow, and you can't fire the mortars? And so basically we elected to go right down the road. and alert my mortar man, Dean Hendricks, to get ready with his mortars from the road so he has no trees in front. And we went down there and found a gigantic bunker complex, and a guy cooking rice with a huge barrel of rice, and he's stirring with like an oar, and it's such a big spoon. And I see him cooking down there, and then there's a bunker complex with trenches and bunkers like Wyatt Earp days, with the army versus the large Indians, the Indian fort type thing, and bunkers and all that stuff. And then there's houses on stilts, which I think are the officer corps. But anyway, the cook looks up and he sees us, and he looks down again, just figuring we were his people. And then he looks up again and realizes we're enemy, and he reaches for his rifle. And that's it, we have to engage. And so we engaged and we attacked as fast as we could. With the mortars and all that stuff, we knocked down the houses on the stilts. And I can see when the houses are down behind the stilts, I can see all kinds of legs, because I can see they ran out the back and there's all kinds of people running into the jungle. And then the mortars, basically we wiped them out or chased them off, the two. And I'm pretty sure the place was deserted except for those who died. And so anyway, the captain decides to go up to the high road area and go up there to where we knew there were communists because we had fought them the day before. And he tried to drive them down toward me into the camp. And so I lined up my people alongside the enemy camp in a place where I can see and be in a good position to knock out the enemy when they come. And as I'm waiting, I can hear there's a big firefight going on above, and the shooting and everything, explosions are pretty good. And then I get the idea that they're coming my way, and I can hear the brush cracking as they're being chased to me. And so I get my people all ready, and we're ready to engage. And all of a sudden I hear this yelling, talking really loud. And it's two Vietnamese who didn't exist a short time before that. And I might say that how they got there is we had helicopters come in because we captured so many weapons that we had, and my people were carrying enemy weapons that we captured. And we were burdened with them, machine guns, mortars, things. And so the choppers came down, we loaded up the chopper to go. And apparently these two Vietnamese got off a chopper, and the captain assigned them to me because he didn't want them, Vietnamization. And so, and I never saw him the whole time until he started talking on the radio. And anyway, they're talking really loud, shouting into the radio. And I thought, that's stupidity. We're sitting here ready to ambush the enemy. But on the other hand, I thought, these people don't want to be in a firefight. So they're talking loudly so the enemy hears it, so they don't come into the ambush site. And that's what I think happened. I was really mad. I was yelling. I didn't yell, but I mean, I was signaled to them, and they weren't looking up, and I threw a rock at them. And they looked up, annoyed that I was disturbing them. And so I threw a stick at them, and I went, shh, like that. And they kept on yelling into the radio. So I ran over there, I grabbed the radio and I threw it over the embankment. And I pointed to one of my people because I figured these Vietnamese would shoot me in the back when I went back to my spot. And I pointed to my guy to watch him, watch those Vietnamese, and they knew right off the bat. I wanted them to be watched so they didn't shoot me in the back, is what it was. And I looked back at one other time, I had three guys ready to shoot the two Vietnamese. So anyway, long and short, I got a call on the radio from the captain saying they have too big of a force they're fighting. Come up and join us. And it took them 2 hours to get up there, I think. And so I put my people on a forced march, and we went up there as fast as we could go. And my people were so tired they were puking, and it was just exhausted. And it got to a place really close to the firefight, within 200 feet at most, and my people were so tired they were worthless, and we were under fire. Mortars were landing on us, and I just told my people, take a break, you know, sit down. And so we sat underneath that mortar attack 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes, and then we go because we were worthless. Our people were just exhausted. And so anyway, I got a call from Spanky, who was on the radios. And I said, can you knock off your mortars? I said, I'm being hit. He says, I'm not firing them. I said, well, I'm under enemy fire. And so anyway, it came time, I got my people up, and the captain says, I want to assault, you know. And so what we did is all three platoons did full automatic for 1 solid minute, just as fast as you could go, get fire superiority, kill as many of them as you could. And then at the end of 1 minute, my platoon would attack through the flank. And we did that. And I went through the flank, and there were dead bodies all over, and we were running them off. And they were abandoning their equipment and things like that. So I captured a bunch of equipment and made my way up to the road where they were. And got up to the top, and I saw those 2 Vietnamese, to the captain, pointing at me and yelling at me and all that stuff. And I was ready to go over and physically attack those 2 lieutenants, Vietnamese. And Roberts came over, but he could see what was going on. Roberts came over, and he goes, I know what you're thinking, I know what you're thinking. He said, don't do it. He says, it's Vietnamization. It's a report is supposed to show that Vietnamese are working, it's working. And he says, tomorrow morning there will be a report about this glorious attack, and the Vietnamese are going to take credit for their courage and bravery. And he says, you know what? And they'll have a letter from Sergeant Dale Hanson saying how brave they were. He says, you didn't read it, you didn't write it, and you might sign it, but it'll be there. And he says, those people have the power to get you transferred out of here, you know. And so, you know, realizing that the real world, I thought, you know, you're right, you know, and made it back to Kontum, and it was so, you know, good mission. None of us got any decorations whatsoever, and it was Vietnamization at work.
Can you tell us about leaving Kontum?
Yeah. Difficult, really, really difficult for me, because I was totally fond of my people. I love the people of the country. The country is beautiful. Had potential if they could get rid of communism and get rid of corruption, it would be a wonderful, wonderful country. And my Montagnard people, they were third-class citizens. You know, they wouldn't be brought into the social economy of the Vietnamese people on an equal footing. And I look at them, and they've given their life. 50% of the male population of Vietnam, the Montagnards, died with special forces. It's amazing how many, thousands upon thousands of them. They were so loyal. And as I was about to leave the campus, the compound, I was getting to the gate, about to go across to the helipad and ride to the airport. And I heard my name, you know, Hanson, over and over. And I looked back, and there was a 5-ton truck with my people on the back of the truck, and they were getting ready to go on a mission, probably driven to the airfield or some base overland. And it's Hanson, you know, and they said, you stay Vietnam, you know, and you Vietnam, you Montagnard now, you Montagnard now. And you know, like I was one of their people, you know. And I was at the edge of weeping. You know, I was just to leave them, you know, to a war that wasn't over, to leave them to at best, the south of it means a hostile economy of people, and at worst, communism, you know. And to say then goodbye, and of course they gave me a goodbye bracelet, a Montagnard bracelet, and to hug me and things like that. And of course, my number one guy who was my shadow all the time, and the team leader there, he had his upper lip blown off, burnt off by napalm, and he had no upper lip, so he always had a snarl, shorter than other guys, and disfigured slightly, and you could just see that the sorrow in his eyes, and in the other guys as well. And so I watched him go down the highway when the truck left the compound, and I was actually standing in the middle of the street watching the convoy, the truck leave, and I watched it until it was almost to the Duckball River, and it was just a dot in the horizon. And then one of the guys, could just read what was happening, and he just went up, and it sounded like Bob Hubbard would have said it. He just said very quietly up alongside of me, he says, "Time to go, Sergeant." And that was it. Get out of that plane and go back to the States.
Did you stay in the military?
I didn't. I was toying with the idea, but I heard in the one hand that a lot of our special forces guys were being rifted. America seems to, at the end of wars, fear their own elite. And it's like at the end of World War II, they would disband airborne and Rangers and things like that, And I heard they were doing that in special forces, and I definitely would not want to be in a line unit of any kind. Special forces was my love. And after the war, I wasn't sure, do I really want to stay in for a career? And so some of the guys said, just get out, you got a whole year that you can come back in and not lose your rank and all that stuff, And that's the time to decide. It'll be a good choice, and you won't regret the choice, whichever one it was that you made. So I got out, and everything since then was a watershed. Every experience of life, you compare it to the danger, exhilaration, excitement of what happened over there, the sacrifice.
So when you left the Army, what was your rank?
I was E6, and then I made E7 within a couple of months after that, because I stayed active reserve. And then I was going to be 8, taking over the teams, the A team. So they're going to give me E8, which is definitely fast track. But then that's when Clinton disbanded the 12th Special Forces and another Special Forces group, and he mothballed all the military bases, I guess, pretty much west of the Mississippi. So basically, there was no more Special Forces to be a part of, and the only way to continue was to join a National Guard unit or something like that. And that definitely wasn't in my cards.
So, could you tell us about your post-military life?
Post-military was basically flying. I wasn't sure exactly what occupation I would settle into. I thought of writing, but even a simple thing like being a farmer, that was possible, or being in the ministry, because that was my major in college. But I thought no matter what I do, flying would work. So I thought, well, I'll sign up for the ATP, airline transport pilot, and I'd go for that license, and no matter what I did or where I went in the world, that was a useful occupation. And I could always go back into the military if I wanted to. And so I went to California. The best flight school then was in Hayward, California. And so that's where I got my private and worked on my commercial and the glider ratings and did aerobatics and stuff like that. And then met my wife, and we got married and went to Alaska, here in Sitka, where she went to college, and beautiful place, and wound up being a policeman for a while, never wanted to be a cop, and did that for quite a few years. And then after that, being a sculptor, I got in a carver, and then recent years adding to that, pastoring a small church and writing books. So that's pretty much my occupation.
Okay, so how many books have you written?
Okay, I've written 4, and I'm working on the 5th one. The first one, and since we got them here too, the first one started off with a book of haiku. And haiku are 17-syllable poems that tell a whole story and it's 5 syllables, 7 syllable, 5 syllable, and you have to tell the whole story with 17 syllables. And I started doing those in earnest in Vietnam, and there's a whole section in there, ones that relate to Vietnam. And I had another portion in there at the beginning, which I called word pictures, and I thought I was the first person to ever use the term, but since then I saw a book called Word Pictures. But like you would take a picture with a camera and take a picture, and you'd see all the details in the picture, at least sight. I'm doing it with words rather than just the eyes, and engaging all the senses, touch, taste, all the rest of them. And I was writing little anecdotes, word pictures, of things we saw in Vietnam, that the veteran, when he reads that, will say, I remember that. It's just like that. Like a water buffalo coming out of the rice paddy with a tiny child on his back, who's almost weightless in comparison, with a tiny, tiny little thin reed of a stick. We just tap the side of the water buffalo and steer the water buffalo. And you could hear its hoofs as the sucking sound as it would leave the rice paddy, and as it would walk, and you could hear the thudding of the hoofs on the ground. That would be a word picture. And you could sense it and see it, and all your senses are attuned to it. And if you've been there in Vietnam and saw it, you say, that's exactly the way it was. So I began the book with about 20 pages of word pictures. Could be a cobra snake, wounded person in a helicopter, something like that. And on the basis of that, a lot of the guys in the forces were saying, you gotta write the Vietnam one. And it's the first one that encouraged me to actually put on paper our story about SOG. And but I had so many irons in the fire. I thought, I'm nibbling at everything and I'm not getting anything done. So I thought, I'm going to just pick 1 or 2 topics at a time and finish them. So I had, the next one was a novel, The Last White Seal Hunter, and I enjoyed it immensely. This one and the next one I really enjoyed writing. It's a World War I veteran, 1918, who is an American man who joined the Canadian Army specifically to go fight in Europe against the Nazis, or the Germans. They weren't Nazis yet. And he gets wounded, his friend gets wounded, and they're in the hospital in France. And from the time frame that he goes into the war until 1970, they decide they're going to have the great adventure of life, and they want to go to Alaska and do all the things. So in the course of this 230 pages or whatever it is, they meet all the major characters of that time frame. Jack London, the writer, Robert Service, the balladeer, the man who invented certain things in Alaska, the Iditarod serum run of Alaska, the 3 epidemics that took them out, the man who invented the Siberian Husky, and all the great adventures of life. And so that's what this is about. And he's the last white seal hunter. 1970, when I came up here to Alaska, 71, 72 or 3, they said white people can't hunt marine mammals anymore. So he's about to take the last shot. And as he's about to take it, killer whales go under and the boat is bouncing around. And he's thinking in his mind, what brought me to this place? And he recounts his life. And that's what the great seal hunter is. And this is the great catch. And it's short stories of Alaska. And what I want in all my writing is I want good literature. If I can't write good literature that would last and be reread, I don't want to write it all. I don't care how compelling the topic is. I'm not going to embarrass myself with poor literature. So I want things to be well written. I want it to be of a caliber of writing that 20 years from now you'll take the book off your bookshelf and reread it again. In none of my writings do I have cursing, pornography, or anything of that nature in any of my writing. All the old-time writers, whether it's Edgar Allan Poe or Robert Louis Stevenson or Herman Melville, all of them, going back to all of them, they managed to write great literature without doing that. And I'm not going to do it either. And so I want good literature, and I want our values back in the books. So these 12 stories will have honesty and hard work and integrity and courage, all the things that you want to see in yourself and in your children. And so that's what these are. And I've had fathers read it with their kids and say, what would you have done if you were the guy? You know, and so that's what I'm looking for. So finally I get to Born Twice. And Born Twice is my memoir of my 3 tours in Vietnam in SOG. And I did one thing that's a little bit different than other memoir books, is that when I was in the FOB in Kontum, I remember one time the maids wash our clothes, and we hired the maids and they wash our clothes, and they'll hang them on the concertina wire to dry in the sun. Well, she was washing a man's, one of the sergeant's clothes, and I saw it hanging on the concertina wire, and it was shirt outward, and I could see his sergeant stripes, his parachute wings, his combat infantry badge, his Vietnamese jump wings, and I could see his SOG patch on his side over the pocket. And I'm looking at it, and it's flat, it's empty. It's the uniform, but there's nobody in it. And it just so happened that that soldier was killed that day. And I always thought that if I were to write a book, I don't want to send a uniform overseas. I think there's an adage that if people don't like and know you, the character that you put in the book, they don't care what happens to them. So I spent about 40, 50 pages describing the events that made the character of who I am, who I want to be. And those small things that gave me values and so forth, and actually would make me enlist and join for the duration of the war. And so I got that, and I cover the events of the war that occurred to me in those 3 tours. And so that's Born Twice.
So all these books can be found where?
They're at Amazon. This one is also audiobook as well. So they're at Amazon and Kindle, and then Amazon's audiobook. And then they're in Barnes & Noble, and Nook is their Kindle version, so it's in that too. I think that's it. The others aren't in Audible, but they're all in Amazon. The best way to find it is just type in Amazon books, Dale Hanson, Born Twice, and it comes right to the page. Other than that, you have to look around. I have a hard time finding it. And then if you hit about the author, you click that, and the other books will pop up too. And the endorsements are on there. John Plaster, Doug Padgett, and Tilt Meyer all wrote endorsements. Mike Buckland wrote an endorsement. I think Dennis Cummings, who wrote the Steel books, did an endorsement on it also. So I was very appreciative of what they wrote too. So I'll give you a hint of the flavor and caliber of the book.
So Born Twice can be also found on my website, History of MACV-SOG, www.sogsite.com, that's site.com. You would click on the link to Amazon. I do not sell them on the website, so you have to click on the link to Amazon, and you can buy the book from Amazon. Back to SOG. SOG personnel were known for practical jokes and antics. What is the funny story you can tell the audience?
I think one of the funniest ones I heard is that one of the guys in SOG mailed a living live elephant that he bought. I think it was in Thailand. He mailed it to his father in the Midwest, and all of a sudden this gigantic truck showed up, and his father opened up his front door, and there was a living elephant.
That's great. What year did you first attend Special Operations Association Reunion SOAR?
I don't know exactly the year, but I think it was 2 years ago. I got the 40th anniversary pin. So it was probably 42 years ago.
Wow. SOG was classified for 20 years. Was going to SOAR therapeutic for you? And were you able to talk to your friends there?
It wasn't therapeutic in the sense that I needed therapy or any kind of an emotional silencing, but it was just gratifying to see the guys. It's almost like a family reunion of sorts, and it was just a joy to meet the guys again.
You have a position with the Special Operations Association. Can you tell us what your duties are within SOA?
When our members die, I usually call the spouses, the next of kin, offer them my condolences, see if I can pray for them, and get them the help that they might need for further things. If I hear that somebody's quite ill, I'll call and pray with them on the phone and see what I can do to help.
So this year you have a special event at SOAR?
Right. This year we have the first prayer breakfast that we've ever had in SOAR. And basically we'll pray together and then we'll have a breakfast together. But our country was founded on Judeo-Christian ethics. It was Christians that really started the country. The Constitution was based on, we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that are among these life, liberty, and so forth. So basically, the United States was founded with the idea that our rights are based on God. So it's about time to return to Him and pray and establish what we were started for.
So this year you have a breakfast coming up?
Right.
Could you tell us about the breakfast, what date it is? And
It's on the first Tuesday of the reunion this year. I don't have the exact room yet. They haven't assigned that. And they have a cost for the breakfast and so forth. And it's at 8 o'clock in the morning on that first Tuesday of the reunion.
so for more information about the breakfast, which Dale will be presenting, you can go on specialoperationsgroup.org, and all the events will be on that website. So Dale, we went to a shop here in your town of Sitka, Alaska, and inside the shop, it'll be on the website, were your carvings and your sculptures. Can you tell us how you got involved?
Right. When I was really young, my mom says I carved all the time. My father said I carved a Winchester that even had the screws in it, and I carved out all my mom's face soap and everything else. A thing happened in Sitka here a long time ago. I was involved in a domestic terrorist, had to take out the terrorist, and it turned out that he had a small amount of non-white blood in him. And so they had contracts on me, and they were shooting at me, shooting at the house, putting bombs under the car, the whole thing. And after a while, the police department said, "You're so hot, we're going to have to, have you look for new work." So I wasn't sure to what extent I was going to ever have more work. People were afraid to hire me because they were afraid their businesses would be bombed or something. And anyway. A man came by my house. I was carving something for my wife out of stone, and he came by. He says, "Hey, that's good." He said, "That's worth about $1,200 or $1,400," and it was the first time I ever attached value monetarily to what I did. Later on that same week, I was carving an ivory whale. I was going to give it to my wife, and hadn't even finished the base for it, just the whale. And he came by and he says, "Hey, that's good." And he says, "Let me get that." And he took it, and he came back an hour or two later and gave me a check for $200, said a store had bought it already. Then he came by that evening to say the store had already sold it for $400. Wow. And I said, "Boy, that's significant." But then the latter part of the week, a man who I'd never seen before, never met in my life, I only knew his name, and he was the best carver in the northwest part of the United States. And he came by the house and he says, "My name's Jim Fleshman." And he walked over to my dining table in a huge square lard can, and it was full of ivory and ivory scraps, and he dumped it on the table. And he says, "Pick out what you want." And I wasn't sure exactly how he would, how I should pick. So I did something that was immediately labor intensive rather than material intensive. And I picked out what I dared. And he says, well, you're going to need some accents and bases too. And then what I didn't take, he took his arm and he just scraped it back into the bucket. And then we headed for the door, and I said, how much do I owe you? And he said, nothing. God told me to bring it over here. And so I told my wife, I said, there's something to this. And this isn't just some coincidence, 4 times in 1 week. And so I said, Jim Fleshman was a peddler. The rent would be due, so he would do a carving, a great carving, and he would sell it, go pay the rent, and he would do that. That was his lifestyle. And I told my wife, I'm not going to be a peddler. So anyway, I said, I'm going to give it an honest shot. And so I worked until 12 to 3 in the morning every single day until spring. And when spring got here, I could fill the entire table with carvings. I invited all the retailers to come by the house, and by noon, every piece was gone. And I had orders for over 500 more carvings. And it was like that for the next 40 years. And so over those years, I've done 17,000 original carvings and various materials. And then probably 250 or 300 editions of like bronze and silver and pewter and things like that. So it's been a busy time, and it's been a great thing for me because in the wars and in police work and so forth, you never have a handle on how anything ends. And when I'm carving something, I'm in total control of how something ends, and it's going to end satisfactorily, at least as satisfactory as I can make it. Yeah.
So we went to a store in Sitka, Alaska, which a lot of Dale's sculptures and carvings are in. We have a video of that, which will be displayed. Dale has a website, which I'm going to put on the channel here. If you go to the website, if there's something you like, contact Dale. And then if you ever come up to this beautiful city of Sitka, Alaska, his stuff's in multiple stores here. There's amazing stuff. So Dale, thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you so much for your service and the good work you're doing with SOA. This concludes the interview with MACV-SOG operator Dale Hanson. Thank you, Dale.
My pleasure.
I'm with Dale here. We're in one of the Sitka stores, which Dale has some of his products in that he has made over the years. Dale, which ones are yours?
Well, there's a jawbone humpback whale and 3 belugas down below it. That's one of my pieces. It comes out of it's called mandible. It's the jawbone of either a dinosaur or a huge male walrus. And up above it, the real dark bears with the fish in them. The fish is ivory, and then the real dark kind of holy kind of stuff is actually the center of a vertebra, at least 400 years old, probably dinosaur or maybe a very, very old whale. And then there's a bear tearing apart a tree stump. The bear's ivory, and the stump is the root of antler. Up above in the top left is a sea lion going after a float, like a net float with the string that's wrapped around the glass float. You can't see it from here, but I tried to carve air so you could actually.
Is that what they do? Do they play with the floats?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of, I'm not an environmentalist, but it's kind of an environmental statement. The human and the animal interacting, and it's fairly harmless.
So, anything else in the story that you made?
Lots of the bronzes. This is one of my bronzes here, the caribou.
Wow, that was a great job. Look at that.
When I do a piece, I usually have it before I have it cast in the bronze. I'll have it critiqued usually by a big game guide or a taxidermist or a biologist, and they all have a different thing to say. Big game guide will say that a trophy has to be behind the withers, and a game guide will say their feet are placed in a different way than I might have put them, and the biologist will have a different thing to say. Once I carved a bear that was charging, and I had his snarl, and the taxidermist said that there's no muscles that allows a bear to do that. That's a thing Hollywood does, and a taxidermist does, but there's no such thing. It doesn't do that.
Wow.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
Or I have a charging bear and have his ears up, and they say when a bear charges, it has his ears down because he gets at anything that could be hurt out of the way.
This is one of yours too, this bear?
No, this isn't mine. The standing bear that's over there is one of mine. The masks are mine. I used to have a hard time getting a one-man show because they always wanted to have a wall artist, and sculptors have everything that are in pedestals and cases. So I started to do things that would go to the wall. That was masks and paper cast. So as a sculptor, I could actually get a one-man show then. Top left is another one of my pieces, a bear fishing. He's reaching over the ledge, going to get the fish when it comes by. There's more bar. One of mine. Charging bear, but I don't have them snarling like they say in the movies, you know.
Look at this guy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, really. It's a soapstone bear. I do about on the bottom left of that jade green bear, and actually the outer next to it. Those are mine. Actually, all the soapstone is mine, I think. And, different colors. They come from different parts of the country. That's from British Columbia. Some of it comes from eastern Washington. So various colors come from different parts of the world. So this is one of mine. They're fin whales. It's the greyhound of the sea. And so when I did this one, they're the second largest of all the whales. So when I did this one, I want lots of action and movement. So I get the idea of speed and flurry. And then this is one of mine. It's the gray whales. It's called Only a Mother Could. And it's the idea is that a gray whale's all wrinkles and warts and everything else. And since this is mother and child, I didn't want that flurry. I wanted it to be peaceful and gentle, so I made it horizontal and just slow moving and graceful.
Nice work.
What else I might have?
Yeah, we had a power outage this morning.
Is that yours?
And so,
Yeah, it's, the far one is. Yeah, it's called Buddies, and it's a sea lion and a humpback whale and sea lions, and they're actually buddies. The humpback whale is probably a 40-foot whale, and the teeth, there are no teeth, balings. But the sea lion, of course, are toothed animals, and they kind of go together. You know, they migrate together. One can be the eyes of the other. Really?
Dale Hanson, ivory, wood, and bone.
Yours?
Yep. I think you got 6 of those.
That there is, I believe, wood.
So, Dale, how famous are you around the world for your sculptures?
It used to be fairly good. I would get special orders in Hong Kong and did the Tasmanian Devil for somebody off the coast of South America once. I had some orders from China.
So do people recognize you as far as your work in the sculpture business?
It used to be more so. Because people got quite now, whereas they used to.
Put those eagles in that house.
I think you do really, really good work.
With me, part of it's irony because my hands were messed up. But the other thing is I think I mentioned in other venues that it's the one thing I control the outcome. Because anything else, you do your best shot, but you have no control over the outcome. With me, I'm the boss. What happens is the way I put it. In police work, like you probably arrest the criminals up and of course let them go. And it's the same thing in war. You win all the battles. The people in political power will sign an armistice. This way I'm in total charge. And it's satisfying. I really like that. And I quit when that happened.
So we're going to go outside and give a plug for this place. So if people come to Sitka, they know where to come. So it's called the Blue Eye Bear, Sitka, Alaska. This is where you can find Dale Hanson's sculptures and other products he's made over the years and still continue making. Thank you, Dale.
where Seward's Folly, when Abraham Lincoln bought Alaska from the Russians, this is where the transfer took place.
Okay.
And Sitka was the capital then. Russian chieftain, and he had the raven head thing. And
He's
he
Russian?
Had,
Russian?
no, he fought the Russians.
Oh, okay.
Of course, there's the castle. There's one of those ones that we just looked at the other day.
Yeah.
And then when the Russians burned out, let's see, Plinkets burned out the Russian, that old Sitka. And then the Russians, so they moved over to here, at Totem Park. We could go for a walk and look at the totem post. And so the Plinkets attacked the Russians. The Russians kidnapped ships and galleons. And Plinkett, the guy there, attacked them with a hammer in his hand. That was his fame.
I take it that was his last time attacking someone? Was he killed?
Huh?
Was he killed?
No.
Oh, he did. Oh.
The Russians were run off at first.
It's more. What have you?
You can imagine it's pretty Sitka is pretty, it's clear. Huh?
I kind of like it like this. With the fog and as long as the islands are kind of showing, that's pretty cool.